him on
This
the...
is a live one.
Bullshit. Maybe I should have queued up more songs for the intro. I figured I'd have been ready by the time fucking what is it? Um by the time All Night and Disappearing were done, but Disappearing is a pretty short track. But Hey is like almost 8 fucking minutes long. So I'm sure you can see my trepidation there. Where are my manners? Good evening. Happy Tuesday. It is good to see you all up in here. Much love to Cinco55 and Nick's Nightfall and Alara Secrelia. And Post of the Postmodern Art Podcast, the podcast dedicated to giving artists who are wowing the world over the platform they deserve. Damn, I don't know how you managed to get used to saying that every single time. Well, that said, good fucking evening. Love your sauce. I love you too, homie. It's good to see y'all. Good to be back on. I can't promise that streams are going to be picking up anytime soon because I have a pretty big event that I want to pull off in December. And I also kind of burnt my candle out at both ends a bit in October. I'll talk about that a bit when I get to the bar. Let's head over there, by the way. Let's head over there. Hi, everyone. Welcome on in. I need to take my glasses off. Welcome on down to the 100 Rads bar. I am Too Much Sasha, the Chernobyl battle maid. I came here as a mercenary before disappearing for 2 weeks, reappearing with a cool tattoo and a new mission. And I currently live out of the back rooms of this bar where I offer my services to anyone as a combat maid for cooking, cleaning, and hunting all manner of things for the right price. When I don't do those things, I'm streaming spooky shooty games on Twitch, and every Tuesday I play Stalker, which is what we're up to here tonight. Cray Current, welcome the fuck on in. How you doing, Cray? Good to see you up in here. So yeah, Kai. Oh, Kai, welcome on in. Let me give my homie Kai a shout out. Actually, Kai deserves a shout out. Holy shit, Nix! Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Oh, you're the best. Mwah. God, I'm so happy to have you guys. Shout out, Sketty Critter. Yeah, everyone please go check out our good friend Sketty Critter, very talented artist, wonderful friend to have around on stream and off stream, and very much a comfy person to watch. I can highly vouch for their content. Even if they do tend to kind of beat my ass in at Halo sometimes if I'm not being careful. So, it's been a bit. After the last time I did a Stalker Tuesday, I kind of got my ass beat 6 ways to Sunday for Anomaly, and I had to, I kind of called it a bit early since I had work the next morning. And then last week, I did my Misery run with Kelly, which was a fucking collab at least a year in the making. And I decided to take a week off to just kind of recuperate because October was kind of stressful. I'm gonna be real with you. October was kind of stressful. It kind of crept up on me after a lot of stuff I was dealing with in September, and I had to find a way to pull it out. So I recorded a whole fucking song cover, and on like fucking October 1st, the morning of, and ended up having to basically come up with everything on the fly. And then I basically blocked out the whole schedule within like a week or two. And it was a lot. Getting all of that stuff together, and I haven't even posted the full fucking cover anyway because I haven't really redone the vocal take. Welcome on in, Billy Bucket. How are you doing tonight? So October I fell asleep during last week. Stalker makes me eepy. Stalker is like, I think you can understand what I mean when I say Stalker is kind of like a comfy game. Like it actually is a really comfy game for some ways. Tired and gay, aren't we all, boss? Aren't we all? I'm tired and gay for everybody in chat. I can't say that. No, so because of the whole, like, October schedule thing and all of that, I kind of burnt my candle out at both ends in October. So I took the week off after, the Halloween stream to just kind of give myself a little bit of time to recuperate. And then, come yesterday, I got home from work, and I just didn't feel good. Like, I just felt so fucking, like, burnt. I felt so fucking burnt and, like, out of it. And I couldn't figure out why. Sasha doesn't love us? No, I do! I love every single one of you guys. Don't ever for a second think that I don't love you guys. Without my PCHC, I wouldn't be standing up on the stage and singing these songs of love and hope that I do every single, time I go live. I want you guys to know that. I may be a person who's always had trouble showing affection to people I love, but I don't want you guys to ever think for a second that I don't value your presence, your compassion, your care, and your vibes every single time I get to be in your company. Legitimately. I'll tell you, the recent week I've started having a lot of trouble because I remembered somebody who was a content creator person thing that I looked up to and viewed as a symbol of hope and love and being somebody that I kind of thought, like, you know, maybe one day I'll grow up to be that person. Maybe one day I'll grow up to be somebody who's always putting hope in people's hearts and is, you know, and is proof that the world is worth fighting for. And then things happened to me and I stopped feeling like I could be that person. And that was almost a decade ago now. And here I am, and, you know, I've got a whole community behind me that I tend to rally like a fighting force. And I treat y'all like an audience at a hardcore show. But it's... I still sometimes wish I sometimes wonder if it's too late to still grow into that person who's just kind of like the most warming presence imaginable to people around. I want to be that person. It's hard to feel like I can be that person, but I still think about it and still want to. So who knows, you know? I'll keep that on the back burner, and I'll be thinking about it as long as I can until I can find a way to reconcile the difference between the me now and the me that I always want to be. But because I was thinking about that, I do want you guys to know that you're appreciated, and I have been feeling like I've been slacking a little bit on making sure that you all know that. That you all know that the whole reason the PCHC exists is because we still need to have hope, because we still need to have the power to love. And that's what matters. Cray says you are that person. Well, thank you. I understand that I appreciate that you see me as that person. I don't see myself as that person. I see myself as a person who has, you know, created a community where people can feel like that person, people can do their best to be that person for each other, and I'm happy that I've rallied a tight-knit, you know, like, base of people, a scene, my own little scene. But I still have a ways to go, and before I can really feel, like, you know, truly accomplished, like, I can always, you know, like, rest easy about myself. Kai says you're appreciated too. You can be old and gray and retired and still be that person for someone. We're always our own harshest critic. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I got sidetracked a little bit. There's going to be a lot that I'm going to end up tangenting on about tonight because I've kind of gone through a lot of, like, cycles this week, and it's been weird for me. But I do want you guys to know that no matter what happens, every single one of you here in chat tonight are one of the most important things to me. You are all the reason why I keep going, and I don't think I could really be the person that I am today if I didn't have people like you around. So I want you to know that. When I say I love you, I'm not just saying it like the way I say I love you to, like, you know, one of my homies or something. I'm saying it the way I would say it to somebody who really, really meant the entire world to me, you know? So that said, oh, also, hold up, I missed a message here. Synchro said, damn, take me to dinner first. Sasha, Jesus Christ. Sumir says, you think the Seacon would turn me into a magical girl if I wished it? I don't know. I think if you're, like, really looking to live out a Madoka Magica fantasy, you could go for the Wish Granter. Personally, I would take the Wish Granter over Kyubey in a heartbeat. Alright? I would take the Wish Granter over Kyubey in a heartbeat. Good to see you, by the way, Sumir. It's funny you bring that up, actually, magical girls, because, so let me dial us back. So after last week when I took a break after the Stalker Halloween stream, I came back, and yesterday I came home for work and I hadn't actually decided on a schedule for this week, and I just felt so fucking worn out. Like, I literally felt like I was just, like, fucking, like, holding on by a thread, and I was like, I can't block out a week. I have to take another, like, I think for a little bit, I might even see about just kind of scaling back my streams into just being Tuesdays and maybe something else. Maybe I might do Gorilla streams. But at the very least for the rest of this week, I need a little bit of a break. And here's some examples of why. What is it? Samir says I'm more like Spec Ops Asuka. I still need to watch that, by the way. I remember hearing about it when it dropped and I wanted to watch it. Nick said I'd take over any magic girl critter over Cube. Absolutely. The one from fucking Cardcaptor Soccer looks a lot better. I want to be the magical girl critter. Y'all take the girl, give me the critter. All right, Cinco has been assigned the role of Cube. Everybody lock and load. No, please don't shoot Cinco. Because I need it for my carbon stream when that ends up happening. But last week I ended up rewatching Pola Magi Madoka Magica. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it fucked with me a lot. And it's kind of sent me back down a hyperfixation rabbit hole related to it again. And it's had me rethinking my own stance on myself, the character that is Sasha that I play, the art that I create, and the way I sort of relate to the world that I live in. It does that every time I watch it. Madoka Magica is a show that really, really changed me, and I don't think I've ever watched a show that's made me feel the way it does. I want you guys to know that. And I was making a bunch of memes. I got back into drawing because of it, and I'm getting back into drawing for the first time in a year. You know, I still have a long ways to go, but I'm still enjoying the time that I pick up a pencil and just, do what I do. So if any time that y'all, in our community wanna, any of y'all in the PCHC wanna hang out sometime, I'll be spending a few, evenings this week sitting in my my Rec Room channel and just screen sharing my iTunes and playing some of my favorite 2010s metalcore music for y'all while I just draw and we just chill the fuck out. It's a really good time. And that was really nice. So Madoka Magica, I rewatched it and it's kind of had my head in a lot of weird places, and I'm kind of like struggling to sort of like ascertain where I stand about how I feel about myself in the world right now. And that, I think, is a big thing that could be, could sort of be related to what's going on with, like, how I feel about streaming and balancing that with my job and everything else I'm doing. Because I've started, I've started getting to be in that position where I want to do a lot more creative things that aren't just streaming. Streaming is a major creative outlet for me, but I want to get back into art and drawing and things like that. Who knows? I do have a pretty good screen tablet. I might even start doing some little guerrilla art streams sometimes, Always keep your ear to the ground. The other thing is I started getting into a lot of bands, some of which I'm probably going to be talking about on stream tonight. I got into this band from Australia, okay? I'm going to be, if we end up getting raided tonight, I'm going to make a little thing about it. But I discovered a little band from Australia called Dissect. That's D-I-E-S-E-C-T. I think they're amazing, and I think more people need to go check them out. So I'll be talking about them. I also recently got obsessed with a couple of other bands like Heaven's Gate and Alpha Wolf. Pretty much everybody else in my friends group and server right now could attest to how much I have constantly been talking about Alpha Wolf. And every single time, like, somebody, one of my new homies, like, joins the voice call, I'm like, yo, I gotta show you the song called Akudama. And as soon as we get to the fucking breakdown drop, I just go, because I love that fucking track so much. So I've been getting into a ton of new music, like shit tons of fucking music right now. I've been revisiting all of this post-hardcore and melodic hardcore from, my high school days. I started getting back into Memphis May Fire. So that's, if y'all want to know, like, what Sasa's music interest is like on the inside when I'm not, playing like outsider folk and noise music on stream for the sake of the aesthetic, I'm sitting here drawing anime characters and listening to Memphis May Fire. All right, I didn't get to grow up, fam. Let me have this. What else? Stalker has changed. Stalker has changed in terms of my setup, so I'm using some slightly different mods. I took out Dynamic Tone Map Extended, which I guarantee 90% of you didn't really notice the actual, like, the effects of anyway. I'm now using Atmospherics, which is a beautiful weather mod, and I can't wait for you all to see how it looks. And I actually started playing some Escape from Pripyat off stream, something that I said I would be mildly interested in, but never have actually done. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. It has some features I really like. I'll talk more about them on stream when we actually get into it. Vladivostok says, what about a band called... here, you know what? Here's the good thing. If I was any other streamer, I would say please only post messages in English, but I can read Cyrillic. So, that's... Leningrad. Yes, I have heard of Leningrad because my friend Tribs showed me one of their songs. I think it's called In Peter We Drink. Hold up. Leningrad. What's the fucking song? Here we go. In Peter. So I do know about Leningrad because my friend Tribs, who I actually streamed Stalker with, literally like a year ago, showed me that song after our stream was done, and I loved it, and I loved the music video. I do need to listen to more of their music. I do need to get more into... I also know Volgograd, which you probably already know that I know since I play Stalker. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So I got into a lot of new music. I started rewatching Madoka Magica, and that's, you know, changed everything or whatever. I've changed my setup, and I got into some new stuff. I think that's basically all there is. That's basically, like, the best I can do for my rundown. And we are kind of, you know, like, we are kind of going for almost, like, 25, like, almost a half hour now, and I haven't started the stream. There's plenty of time to tangent on stream, because I'm going back to doing some comfy bandit murder tonight. I am going to have to... I'm a simple Molchat Doma. Cinco, I need to show you Ploho. If you like Molchat Doma, I need to show you Ploho. You'll love them. Also, Utro, Human Tetris, and lovely Motorama. I will send this all to you. I actually have a playlist. You know what? No. I have a better idea. I have a playlist. I have an entire playlist on my YouTube channel called Zone Music. And the entire point of it is that it's music that I think is very, like, adjacent to the vibe of Stalker, but isn't music featured in Stalker. So there's, like, fucking, like, Belarusian Witch House on here, post-punk, dark ambient, new wave, everything. Go listen to this fucking playlist right now. Unpin after 20 minutes. That said, I will talk more about music when we get into the game. So, to cut to the chase, my Stalker installation looks different. And I've also updated my mod list, by the way, so for those of you who, you know, do like to actually, like, make use of the mod list that I have up, don't forget, you can always hit ! mod list to see all the mods that I use during my on-stream, runs. That's been updated. All that's really different is I took a couple of mods out, like Dynamic Tone Map, I've added, Atmospherics, and I'm excited to show you all, you know, tonight's Stalker. It's going to be a very comfy autumn evening. And I'll have lots of music to talk about because I've been getting into a lot of music lately. With that said, I think it's time we finally get down to brass tacks. Thank God none of you know about the secret chatbot command that plays the start the game already taunt from Age of Empires 2. I'd never fucking hear the end of it. Bands like Kino, Gerik, okay, is that supposed to be like a Cyrillic Y? In which case it would be Sukachev? Or is that actually supposed to be Sikachev? Lube, Morgenstern, Timothy, etc., etc. Very good. I do love Kino. I think that Grupa Krovi is one of the greatest albums I've ever heard, and I have nothing but love for his album, A Star Called Sun. Pachka Sigarieta is an amazing song. Or is it just Pachka Sigariet? Is it Pachka Sigarieta or Pachka Sigarieta? I think it's just Pachka Sigarieta, because I'm getting it mixed up with the song Sigarieta, which is covered by Volgograd. You know, it's just Pachka Sigarieta. Don't believe her lives, chat. That command doesn't exist. Yeah, sure. Alright. With that said, I think it's time to get into Stalker. I can always keep the music chat up when we're actually playing it. So, the only, like, major difference here is that we are now using, atmospherics. So, CFG load, Atmos... we are not going to be using, what is it? I'm in debug mode. I have to restart the game because I'm in debug mode. Atmospherics was updated. I also updated screen space shaders, who finally dropped the newest update that completely overhauls the glossy and wet surfaces functions of it to be a little bit better optimized and better looking. Every single fucking time, by the way, every single fucking time, like, this dude drops a new update for this, he then immediately posts a new video about the next update for it on YouTube, because ASCII just dropped a fucking video showing off how he's completely redoing the tree shaders. Because, y'all might not know this, but the waving trees effect in Anomaly, that's a shader thing. Which is why they warp and look really, really weird. But ASCII is apparently completely redoing them to be not only like better looking stylistically, but like the actual leaf textures individually ruffle as well. And he's also going to be fixing a lot of downed trees on the ground, because there are a couple of instances of like entities and brushes that are just on the ground in Stalker that aren't actually like standing trees. So they're like fallen logs and shit, but because they're still flagged as trees by the game, they still wave in the wind, which is really fucking weird. Did you suppress your spas? Of course I suppressed my spas. Marked one? What the hell? God, I still need to... I've been meaning to change my ban alert for a while, because I want to change it to that one sound bite from Shadow of Chernobyl, where fucking, what's his name? Sidorovich goes, "Just think, man, next time it could be you in his place." So I had to get rid of dynamic tone map because it kept changing the fucking like tone map and ambient light levels dynamically, when atmospherics is kind of made with them being static in mind. Hopefully we shouldn't run into too many problems. Atmospherics also adds in a lot of new like weather visuals, as well as a fantastic fucking fantastic new skyboxes that look beautiful. So Stalker looks really nice now. I mean, it's always looked nice because I always pride myself on my installation. It does look a little bit less vibrant today because we're currently dealing with some strange, partly cloudy weather. My favorite line from SOC is, yeah, oh, that's the exact one. I know that one. Time to move on and be heroes. I think it's, alright, Wolf sent us in order to attack. Time to move on and be heroes. Factory clear. Returning to starting positions. BF3 developer moment. You know it. So yeah, so it's a weather mod that also kind of changes the lighting a little bit. The main reason I installed it, of course, is because the developer of Screen Space Shaders vouches for it. And I'm gonna be honest, he could literally tell me to install a fucking crypto mining mod on Stalker and I'd still do it. Does that say something about my autonomy? Strange. So, I have some music to talk about while I get ready for the next fucking run. An album dropped last week from a band that I didn't know was going to be releasing a new album. I know they were working on, like, I know they've put out a couple of EPs and stuff, but I didn't know they were going to drop an album. This band is called Silent Planet. You do have EFP. I do. So, this band is called Silent Planet. They're one of my favorite bands of all time. I did a stream of their When the End Began album literally a year ago. You do know Silent Planet, Cinco, because I think I remember showing them to you. I'm not sure if that's the only reason you know of them. It probably isn't, but I do remember basically hitting you up and being like, here's a band you need to go listen to right fucking now. So their When the End Began album, I did a stream of it last year. Fantastic. And 2 years ago, they dropped a little album called Iridescent, which was also amazing. And apparently just like last week, they dropped a brand new album called Super Bloom. And I said, this is amazing. I need to get to it when I can. I thought about doing a stream for it, but I was like, I don't think that's going to be good for me to do that. So last night I'm drawing all by myself, and I say, I'm going to check out Super Bloom finally. And I sat there for 40 minutes in complete awe. And within the first 10 minutes, I said to myself, this is my album of the year. This is my favorite album of the year, bar fucking none. It is this album. I was amazed by Super Bloom. So then I had Nyx call me up, but I showed them Super Bloom. And then after that, I just kind of sat there, just still being in awe of it. And I am not being hyperbolic here. Obviously, you know, it's like, you can take this with a grain of salt because HRT makes me pretty emotional about things. That's just a side effect of it. Real quick, Vladivostok says, I love the OG trilogy, and I've taken it with Anomaly and Gamma, but those games are fucking hard. I played the old games on Master, but even Easy and Gamma kicks my ass. Well, yeah, because, like, Anomaly is based on the Misery, you know, sort of framework, and Misery is all about introducing more survival elements to Stalker than were ever intended to be implemented in the original game. So, even though Anomaly is kind of, like, used obviously a lot more than Call of Chernobyl, because Call of Chernobyl has languished in complete abandonment for years now, it's kind of, sometimes it could be easy to forget that the original games are piss easy compared to these ones now. And that's not entirely a good difficulty thing, it's just like, they just added more mechanics and it can be difficult to juggle them all. But yeah, so for anybody in chat who does know about Super Bloom, hold up, Senko says, I remember why I remember Silent Planet. The album you were interested in at the time is the one I couldn't listen to because of my phobia. I like the stuff I listened to off of a different album, though. Yes. That is absolutely correct. Because I remember even saying, because you had expressed to me before a trepidation around that type of subject matter. And I said, okay, I will tell you exactly what songs to avoid, completely, like, depending on what type of subject matter you may, you know, not be enjoying listening to music about. So I basically gave you a complete trigger warning rundown of their music. But, anyway, so Super Bloom dropped, and last night I listened to it, like, twice over. And like I said, you can take this with a grain of salt because HRT has made me, you know, a very, very emotional gal. It just does that. But after listening to it several times, you know, over and just kind of taking it all in, hi Chance, welcome on in. Hold up real quick. Give me a second. Can we get a shout out for Chance Nezumi? Can you shout yourself out, please, Chance? Everyone, please go check out our good friend Chance Nezumi. A very funny, very, very cool rat VTuber friendo who I love hanging out with and talking music with. A lot of other music that I'm going to be talking about later on in tonight's stream, I've just constantly been, like, spamming Chance's inbox with and being like, check out this fucking band because they're stupid heavy and it's great. Vladivostok is the only good band that sings I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite into my vein. Oh, there's only one good... Ah, I see. I can't say I know about that band, actually. So yeah, so after listening to Super Bloom, like, a bunch of times last night, and I got very emotional about it. So like I was saying, take it with a grain of salt, but I sat down, and after just climbing into bed last night, I couldn't stop thinking about the fucking, what is it, like, I couldn't stop thinking about Super Bloom's final song. Like, legitimately, I couldn't stop thinking about its its finale track and its title track, which are both the same song. It's just called Super Bloom. Because, like, the first, like, you know, like, good, like, 2/3 of the song is, like, this song is great. It's a great closer to this album. And then, you get to the last third of the song. The last third of the song, and you're like, this is amazing. This is so fucking incredible. Like, I was actually blown away and my mouth was agape and I couldn't focus on anything else because of just how incredible Super Bloom sounded to me. So, and then, because I couldn't stop thinking about it, I climbed into bed last night just thinking about it, and then I just put on Super Bloom while I was in bed, and I just started crying. I just started, like, hysterically sobbing and just, like, hugging one of my stuffed animals as tight as I could. The best way I described it on Twitter was I said, it's like if the universe itself wrapped its arms around me. I'd never heard a song that sounded like that. Never. Not in all my years of listening to bands like Shikari or anything else. And Super Bloom just kind of, like, really hit a part of me that had kind of felt really like it had kind of, like, languished in a sort of, like, lack of touch for so long. I was flabbergasted by it, and I just, the feeling of just, like, all of the emotion and the overwhelming just kind of, like, awe of it. Like it felt like opening my eyes and seeing the world and how vast it was for the first time in years and years and years after being confined to a space, a very confined space defined by my own consciousness. I just opened my eyes and I realized how big the fucking world was, and it was scary to me. And that was why I just put on Super Bloom and just started sobbing for like a good hour. I couldn't handle it. And even driving home from work today, I was like, well, maybe I'm feeling a little bit better today. You know, it's the morning after. You know, things have changed. I spent all day listening to fucking Pincer and Dissect. I should be in a good headspace. And then I put on Super Bloom, and I couldn't do it. I just started basically bawling while driving home from work. Cinco says I'll definitely have to listen to this. Cinco, I need you to listen, like, you have to listen to the entire album, because every single song on this album is incredible. Songs like fucking Signal, Collider, fucking Antimatter, the title track, Overgrowth. Super Bloom is an incredible song. And what's wild is that you wouldn't be able to tell from the lyrics of the song itself what it's about. The song is about a fucking van accident that the band got into, where their van slid off the road during tour, and basically everybody was okay except for Garrett, who had a concussion. But the song is literally about the experience of that happening, because it was the first time they've ever been in a van crash on tour. And it's interesting to hear a song about that. And in a lot of cases, learning about a song's backstory completely changes my perception of it. Another example of that actually is another Silent Planet track. The title track and closer of Iridescent. So I guess they just kind of do this a lot with their, like, album closers. But the closer for Iridescent is basically all about Garrett's experience of having to, of basically watching his own dog get put down in the hospital. And it was listening to it. Like, I don't want to go too far into it because it's a hell of a topic to talk about on stream, especially just like, this early on in stream. But I think Iridescent by Silent Planet is one of, like, the most definitive songs I can think about that feels like watching somebody die. Iridescent as a song feels like watching somebody die. And that's part of why it hits so hard. It's an incredible fucking song. So it's just like, okay, Silent Planet just does that good. Silent Planet knows how to do it. And they know how to make really good, like, closer tracks that are also the title tracks. So I genuinely cannot, like, say it enough or put enough emphasis on it. You all need to listen to Super Bloom. It is an incredible fucking album. I've never heard anything like it, and it is the most necessary album I've heard this year. It is powerful, it is moving, it is staggeringly, like, large in its scale, but it never feels impenetrable. It is the universe itself holding you in its arms. That is what Super Bloom is, and I think you all need to hear it. Cinco says, I feel that way about Risk by Deftones. Which is really funny because I made a post last year also stating that the best Deftones songs are the ones that feel like watching somebody die. A good example being Hexagram, which I've described to a few friends as being the song equivalent of watching a political assassination happen on TV. That's what Hexagram feels like. Hexagram is a fucking incredible song. Also, of course, God. What's the song from White Pony where it's like, you're my girl and that's all right. If you sting me, I won't mind. It's RX something. RX something. Thank you for the canteen sip, by the way, Nixie. Vladivostok says you've never... Sorry, by the way, Vladivostok. I didn't get to read your messages yet because I didn't want to sidetrack myself. Because here's the thing about my streams. When I'm, like, going on a tangent about, like, an album or band, I kind of, like... It is very easy for me to go on a tangent about other bands and albums. So if I get, like, music recommendations and stuff in my chat, I tend to put those off until I'm done with my tangent. Otherwise, I will, like, completely lose track of myself. But to answer your question, I have not listened to Godsmack. I have heard a lot of good things about them because I listen to a lot of nu metal, and I know that their music is very, very nu metal adjacent early on in their career. Definitely not now, but they used to be. I'm not super into post-grunge, but I do dabble in it from time to time because, I grew up playing Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2. That just happens. I also, Modest Mouse. Okay, Modest Mouse I used to listen to a ton back in the sophomore year of high school. I was really getting into Modest Mouse. I loved Good News for people who love bad news. I love that, like, they always stood out from other indie rock bands because of just, like, how raw their sound was. It was a lot more enjoyable to me than something like Modern Baseball. But, yeah, I absolutely have heard Modest Mouse, and I like them a lot. Cinco says, that's what Where Is My Mind by Pixies does to me. I can't listen to it because it feels like entering the mind and walking through the steps of someone will not say, but the vibes are there. If you would feel comfortable DMing me about it, I would love to hear this rumination on it. Because trust me when I say that I am not afraid, like, I am not, like, I don't think there's anything I'll shy away from when it comes from discussion about music. If you feel like it wouldn't be best to like discuss these vibes here in chat, I do not want you to feel like you have to. But I would love to hear your thoughts on it, you know, completely, what is it, unabridged, if you would be okay with sharing it. If you aren't, that's totally fine. I have a homie who adores modern baseball. I liked some modern baseball. I really like the song Fine Great. I know every word to it by heart, and I always loved that song. It's great. I might even do a song cover it someday. It's not chat appropriate, I'll send a DM. Sounds good, Senko. Thank you. I always love getting to talk about music with you. You know, if you're not doing anything after stream, I'd be down to just listen to Super Bloom with you after stream. Because I do want to listen to it more. There's a personal project I actually want to do with a song off that album. A personal project I've wanted to do for years and I've never really found the right way to go about it. But I think now that I've gotten better at video editing and I've re-entered into an anime that I've always hyper-fixated on, I think this is the perfect time to do so. But yeah. So, God. Like, I know I've been boosting Super Bloom a lot, but, like, God. Silent Planet are, like, always a band that make really, really good music. Like, I've always known that their music was great. When the End... Like, I got into them, like, right the same year that, Everything Was Sound came out. And I thought that, fucking Panic Room was one of the most amazing songs I've ever heard. And more. And then When the End Began came out in 2018, and I was hooked on every single one. Like, whether it's, like, fucking Lower Empire, or fucking, The New Eternity, and everything else. When the End Began was an amazing fucking album, and I loved every song off of it. But every single time I go into a Silent Planet album telling myself, this album is going to fuck me up, it's going to be really good, and it's going to be something I've never expected. And every single time it still blows me away. Every single time, fucking, like, Silent Planet blows me the fuck away. And I can't understate how blown away I was by Super Bloom. To hear an album that sounds like this in this present time. Like, I'm sorry, Shikari, band I love to death. Band I owe so much of my own personal growth to. 100 Reasons band I love so much. Incendiary band I love so much. This has been an amazing year for music. Like, I cannot understate that. It has been a fucking amazing year for music. But, like, we got 2 months left in the year, and Silent Planet basically just crushed the competition for me, personally. If you like Modest Mouse, a song that is super underappreciated is King Rat. Heath Ledger did the artwork for the music video before he passed. It's about the horrors of the whaling industry and what it would be like if the roles were reversed. That's super fucking cool. Honestly, that kind of reminds me a little bit of what cattle decapitation does, but with livestock. Whom's in chat that knows cattle decapitation? Whom's was around back when the music video for Forced Gender Reassignment went up? Oh, that was a fucking time on the internet. What album is that off of? Because if here's the problem, is that I was listening to them constantly for a good several years, but I haven't really, like, gotten to, like, remember most of the songs, which is weirdly enough. Like, I didn't really, like, none of it really sunk in to the point where it stuck with me over the years, but it wasn't music that was, like, mediocre or bad. I loved it when I heard it, but, like, I think it's just the fact that I was listening to it a lot during a really traumatic period, so I think my mind just kind of blocked out pretty much everything from that time. Oh, shit. Haven't heard that band name in quite a bit. Yeah, God, when Monolith of Inhumanity came out, I think that was one of the biggest fucking albums of the genre to come out that year. Like, I think that was, like, an undisputable landmark of heavy music, was when fucking, what is it, Monolith of Inhumanity. I've heard of cattle decapitation, but I might also have heard the sound, but I don't think I've spent enough time in the metal sphere lately to tell it apart. That's valid. I think Monolith of Inhumanity is an amazing fucking album that everybody should listen to. DM sent. Anyways, unless this stream makes me EP again, I'd love to listen to Super Bloom after stream. I might have to dip right after. That's valid. We'll play it by ear, boss. So, now that I've gushed about an album that made me extremely emotional and literally had me crying for hours the past 24 hours, let me talk about something a little bit more lighthearted. So, as some of you guys may know, I don't know if I've talked about it before. The Modest Mouse album was called No One's First. Yes, I have heard that one. That was the one that came... Was that before or after Good News for People Who Love Bad News? Or was Good News for People Who Love Bad News on that album? Is that the one with, like, the arrows sticking out of a wall? I can't remember. So, I don't know if I've talked about it on stream. But, hold on, I need to take a sip of fucking tea. I'm talking so much. Ginger peach with green tea, my beloved. Ah. God. Yeah, so, fucking, I don't know if I've talked about it, like, a whole lot, but back when 2020 started, there was a band I discovered that Jesus Christ. Back when 2020 started, it was a bit after. Okay, so it was the album that dropped after. When 2020 started, I discovered this band on YouTube because YouTube suggested to me. I got a suggestion for a song on YouTube called Grotesque by Dealer. And I was like, oh, I'm liking the aesthetics in the fucking thumbnail. I'm liking all that. I click on it, and I immediately, the first thing I hear in the song is a couple of chugs and my favorite guitar noise ever. My favorite guitar noise ever. The fucking, like, chugs and then this, like, weird little fucking, like, open note fucking, like, feedback thingy they do. I loved it. And I'm like, okay, I'm loving it. And then you hear, like, a fucking, like, the metalcore equivalent of a producer tag. Of, like, a vocoded, like, text-to-speech voice just saying dealer. And I'm like, okay, I'm listening. And then I listen to the track and I'm like, okay, these are good fucking bars. These are good fucking bars, dude. It's great. And then, what is it? So I got back into them. How do you feel about Rammstein? I used to like them a lot back in high school. Never listened to them enough for them to really stick with me. Haven't checked them out again since the whole allegations against the vocalist. Probably gonna keep it that way. Funny thing that you bring up another band with allegations, because that ties into exactly what I'm talking about now. So I got into Dealer, and then I thought that their two EPs were amazing. And then within like a couple of like days of me discovering their music, I learned that their vocalist, I learned a few things about their vocalist. First off, he founded Dealer because he got kicked out of another Australian band called Alpha Wolf for allegations of assault. And then, his entire lineup of Dealer after their first EP left the band because he was treating them all like garbage. And he had to come up with new people, and then they also left. The new people also left after their second EP. And I'm like, are you fucking serious, dog? So, recently, I was like, you know, I haven't checked out the band Alpha Wolf, because I know that's the band that 8NL used to be in. And I know they're making music with a new vocalist. Maybe I should go check them out, right? So I go look them up, and I get suggested this song called Akudama. And I shit you not. Like, the music video... Okay, I need you guys to know, right? If any of you are interested in looking up Akudama by Alpha Wolf purely based on my endorsement alone, you need to know that this fucking music video is batshit insane and probably carries the biggest possible epilepsy warning I can give to people. Like, it is that fucking crazy. It's nuts. Where the fuck is this guy? Hold up. I'm talking too much about music and I'm not focusing enough on the gameplay. I might have to go into the front door. People be normal challenge. That shit sucks. It's too hard to not have allegations. Yeah, for real. So, I was like, alright, let me go listen to, the band that, Inella's used to be in that, you know, has a new vocalist now. Let me listen to their music recently. So I got recommended a song called Akudama. Insane music video. Huge epilepsy warning, but it is also one of the most incredible music videos I've ever seen in my life. And I fucking listened to it. It is the exact type of reason why I love music like that. Like, Akudama is a song that, like, I feel kind of bad that I didn't listen to when it dropped because I didn't know about it when it dropped. But, like, holy shit, dude. Like immediately starting off with, like, a killer fucking riff, and the vocalist just straight up fucking yelling, "Watch the bodies drop." And he just fucking opens up his outstretched hand as though he's literally dropping something out of his hand. And you see, like, mannequins falling off the side of a skyscraper. And you're like, okay, I'm into this. I'm into this, right? And then you get to the big fucking, like, breakdown call out where he just says, "Oh, before I suffocate, say my fucking name, Akudama." Whoo! And then just you hear the fucking fire as shit with, like, insane visuals, and you see, like, Nix, what was the Dragon Ball character on screen? Was it fucking, was it Gohan? I think it was Gohan on screen. Just the fucking, like, if any of you guys like stupid, angry, like, stupid heavy, stupid violent, insane fucking music that was, like, just, like, fucking... Yeah, no, Sicko, watch the Akudama music video. Like, fucking, obviously, again, be careful of the whole, like, you know, the possibility of like, everybody needs to be aware of the fucking flashing lights and colors. But, like, the song is exactly like, if you like anything that's just like stupid, angry metalcore, like, there's a word that I like to use to describe this kind of thing, primarily because of the playlist I put this kind of music in, which is my kind of go-to, like, first-person shooter game playlist. I like to call it fuckhead music. It's just complete shithead insanity, like complete, like, fucking, like unibrow dude lifting weights and starting fights with everybody type music. Yeah, Akudama means villain. And when the fucking breakdown call out happens, when he says, "Say my fucking name, Akudama," you see the definition of the word down below. I'm not sure it'll be my thing musically. I'm super picky with stupid heavy, but I'm not immune to insane music videos. I think you'll definitely like something about this song. Why are the fucking bandits out in force today? Like, why are they, like... Jesus Christ. I can't see shit. Love most music. Yeah, me too. I also loved Tyler back in the day. I loved Tyler back then. I love Tyler now. I loved Earl then. I love Earl now. Big ups to Odd Future. But so, Akudama, I listened to it and I loved it. It is exactly the kind of music of that genre that I love. I love stupid heavy, stupid angry metalcore with, like, wacky ass guitar noises. And Alpha Wolf brings nothing but wacky guitar noises and insane lyrics and insane callouts and shit. Like their song Sub-Zero, which they actually wrote about Aiden Ellis, their previous vocalist, and, you know, the guy from Dealer. Literally the start is fucking Alpha Wolf's vocalist just saying, "You're just a pussy in a black hoodie pushing your luck, hang your head in the light but show your teeth in the dark." And it's like, this is it. This is it. And it's like, oh, what is it, fucking, the big breakdown on that track is him saying, "Haven't you heard, I'm impersonal, I'm unsociable, but I see you looking this way, so come and break it off if you want a piece." And you're like, yes, yes. Play the fucking ridiculous low notes that sound like God slamming his car door in my face. Like, make the wacky ass fucking guitar pick scrapes bark like a dog for me, my man. I love this shit. So yeah, Alpha Wolf, amazing. And I love Alpha Wolf, and I know they're working on new material. They also released a music video last year for a song called Hotel Underground, which is also fucking great. They had the same guy who did the Akudama music video on it. And I also started looking into other bands that people suggested as alternatives, or just, like, bands that are similar if you want to listen to something that sounds like Dealer, but, you know, doesn't have a horrible, abusive piece of shit as the frontman. And another two bands that people suggested are two bands that Dealer's original guitarist, Josh Ang, is now a part of. One of them being called Heaven's Gate, and another called Pincer, stylized Pincer with, like, a plus sign. It's all fantastic stuff. There's a song by Pincer called fucking My Head Feels Like a Hole, and it's insane. Where is he? So those are also two bands I can really recommend because Josh Ang's guitar work is absolutely out of this fucking world. And what else? Both of them only really have a couple of EPs and singles out right now, but both of them are making absolute fire. But the other band I got put onto was this Australian band called Dissect, and I'm gonna do a big fucking plug of them at the end of the stream, or the next time, as soon as I get an opportunity to really gush about them. But they're a great band, and it's spelled D-I-E-S-E-C-T, like dissect. And I was like, okay, stupid heavy music, great vocals, great everything. These guys are bringing their A game. I checked their Twitter and they have like half my fucking follows, and I'm like, this won't do. This won't do. We gotta do something. So I made a whole fucking call to action post on Twitter. I was like, every single one of you, get out there and go fucking listen to Dissect right now. I will not rest until Dissect has like thousands of fucking followers. I'll do some crazy shit if I got to. God, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry, there's like so much to like talk about tonight that I'm actually kind of like not playing the game super well, and I'm getting like kind of ahead of myself and talking myself in circles tonight. So apologies if I'm tangenting and ranting a lot. Yeah, I don't know why the bandits were like out in force. I think they were I think they were just like mutants out here. And they were just like fighting them already. I'm also out of bandages, so I'm just gonna have to deal with this. But so I listened to like Dissect's first few EPs and singles and shit. Great stuff. Really good stuff. Stupid angry, stupid heavy, fantastic riffs, fantastic vocals, fantastic everything. In love with it. But then I checked out their newest EP because they dropped something new in like September, and it's an EP called Shadows Follow. And I was like, all right, let me hear this out. I put it on, first two songs, really heavy, really good, but the third track on the album is like this insane song that borders on like symphonic metalcore with like really good fucking like backing vocals and instrumentation, and like just there's a lot of choir stuff on it. Where the fuck is this guy? So it's a good fucking thing. It's a good vibe. I love the music, and I'm gonna talk even more about them later because I'm gonna put them on for you guys after this stream. All right, like I don't like normally try to plug bands too much, especially since I've spent so much of like the earlier parts of the stream talking about Super Bloom. But I wholeheartedly believe that that fucking Dissect deserves all of your time. What else? Especially because of their newest EP. Like the newest EP is them like literally being like, all right, we've got like the stupid heavy music that pulls the people in. Now let's really make something from the heart. Like not just like music getting like not just like songs that are all like just like about like how people who are two-faced make you angry. Like let's make a song about something that really shakes shakes your life up and fucks with you. And they released Shadows Follow, specifically the song Mortal Skin. It's fucking outstanding. And all I'm gonna say is, and I'll come back to them later on tonight, all I'm gonna say on the matter now is that bands like Dissect need people like us more than anything to give them the support and, like help lift them up or whatever. Because fresh young talent like that are killing it the way these guys are, they absolutely need to stay together. And I can't stand to watch like another like 20 fucking bands of like the present like metalcore wave or whatever just like cease to exist in a year after dropping one LP. All right, I've seen that happen so many times to so many bands that I loved, and I cannot like okay, let me be real here. Back in 2014 and I want to say like 13 and a couple of other years, I was really getting into a lot of bands off of Bandcamp. Oh, Oh, that was a drawn-out death animation. I was getting into a lot of bands because I was just going onto the fucking Bandcamp tag for melodic hardcore and just scouring it for new bands. I found so many good fucking new bands off of that, dude. I found bands like fucking Seasons in Wreckage, The Apprehended, For Old Time's Sake, Bales, White Walls. So fucking what is it? I fucking what are they called? What are they called? Are they called Iona Grove? No, that's my Russian keyboard. Here we go. Iona Grove. Another amazing band. And you know what happened to all of these bands? None of them fucking exist anymore. Some of their music, like some of these bands, their music isn't even on Spotify. It's just gone. Like, obviously, like, some of them got their music onto Spotify, and I've archived as much of it as I can, and what isn't on Spotify, I've kept in my iTunes library. Some of it isn't even on YouTube. There are some bands like Watchtowers and End This Year, and their music didn't even get put onto fucking YouTube. Without, like, downloads of their Bandcamp releases, there is basically no proof that they've existed at all. And it's like, I'm sorry, you know? It's really unfortunate, and I understand that sometimes bands just don't work out and they can't always stay together. But, like, if I'm being 100% real with you guys, with a band like Dissect, I will not stand idly by and watch a band that are fucking, like, absolutely killing it, like, languish in, like, less than 1,000 follows on Twitter, and then eventually burn out, you know? I will not watch that happen. I will not let another band that I get into just kind of, like, stop doing music because they don't, like, you know, get enough love. I will push these guys to everybody that I can, because that is the point of the Pripyat City Hate Crew. The point of this community here is to lift up people that are doing shit that the world needs. To really give love to people that I think are creating art that I think is necessary in our modern era. To create a space where putting your fucking heart and soul into something is rewarded as equally as the effort you put into it. That's always been the point of the PCHC, and the point of the community, and the sort of identity that I look to uphold as a VTuber. It would be in direct diametric opposal with my own, like, philosophy and how I run my community, to just not push these guys to everybody that I can. To not do my best to really put, you know, fucking, like, tell everybody that I know, get out there and go listen to Dissect, you know? Alpha Wolf's got plenty of followers. They fucking, they go tour with, like, Polaris and shit. And Pincer and Heaven's Gate, they'll be okay, because as long as Josh Eng's in them, I think they'll definitely be getting lots of airplay. But in the case of a band like Dissect, I heard about them on Reddit and in YouTube comments, but I don't think I've seen anybody ever tell me about them. Certainly not my homie Sineapple. So, I apologize that I have been gushing enough as much about Dissect tonight as I have, and I apologize that I will be gushing about them more later on tonight, when I get a chance to head back to the bar and put them up on the TV for a little bit. But you have to understand, I've found the band that I can use, like, that I can at least leverage some of my following to help really push them forward. I don't want to say push them forward, but at the very least, like, when I used to discover bands back in the day when I was on, like, Facebook or whatever, it's like, wow, this band's cool. I like them. Oh, they're not around anymore. That's a shame. Like, what am I going to do about it besides buy their EP? In the case of Dissect, though, now that I'm a person with my own community and following, I can leverage that and say, go. Get out there and get out there and give these guys love. Follow them, stream their music, tell your friends to follow them and stream their music, you know? This is my chance to do something I've never had the power to do before, even remotely. So I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm going to take this opportunity and say, go fucking listen to Dissect. Thank you, Kaine, for the follow. Welcome to the Pripyat City Hate Crew. Hope you're enjoying your evening. I am presently playing some Stalker and talking a shit ton about a band I've recently discovered, and other bands I've recently discovered. Because I really like music. You guys tell. Very welcome, cutie. Oh, thank you. Is the mod list... Oh, shit. Hold on a second. I forgot to enable the mod list command. in my chat. Also, none of you people reminded me, none of you people pointed out to me that my fucking bot was reminding people the pronouns of a co-host that I don't have on. Come on, man. Y'all asleep at the wheel? Y'all are asleep at the chat right now. Nobody told me about that. I didn't see it. I was too busy talking about Silent Planet and Dissect. God damn it. Look what y'all have done. I'm cooking. I didn't notice. Nix, you're always cooking. Don't Resident Sleeper me. I'm busy talking. I'm not asleep. I'm talking. Oh, wait, no, right. Resident Sleeper is because the chat is asleep. Even though the origin of that emote is the streamer being asleep. What's my armor looking like? 82? Alright, Kane, the modless command should work now. Snork, me. No. Don't you dare summon Snorks, please. I think that's the first time I've seen somebody in chat invoke the modless command in a while. Be aware my mods are very, very, kind of like, just all over the place when it comes to, like, what I use. Also, I hear, Lustmord playing in-game. The silly guys? Oh, yeah, you called them silly guys and also thingies at one point. I think we agreed that Snorks are very thingy-pilled in the bestiary of Cinco. No, Cinco. Please do not talk about the Snorks name. Been smashing things up in EFP, but I bricked my save trying to install a winter texture pack. Let me take a guess. Were you trying to install fucking Inverno? Like INVERNO? How did you brick your save? Like I'm actually kind of puzzled about that one, dog. I don't know. You know what, actually? That's fair, because this is Stalker we're talking. Woe, Snorks be upon ye? Fuck off. That is fair, actually, because this is Stalker we're talking about, and Stalker is, you know, insanely fucking unstable. It's funny you bring that up, actually, Kaine, because I have been meaning to talk about, EFP. Because when EFP dropped, I was actually still using Vanilla Anomaly. And from what I could tell of being involved in, like, the Stalker community, whether it was the subreddit and the Discord, I basically heard an overwhelming... Okay, I thought I heard something. I basically heard an overwhelming response from people of, EFP ain't ready yet. Put it back in the oven, dog. Basically just people saying, like, okay, the mod's a really cool idea, and it blends a lot of cool gameplay elements with its overall, like, you know, like, mod pack setup and everything, but it needs more time in the oven. So I was like, alright, needs more time in the oven. Like, 2 years passed since then. I still hadn't played it. I tune in on Wishy, who's a really cool tactical cowgirl VT. And I don't mean cowgirl like me, where it's like the hat and everything. I'm talking like, she's a girl who's a cow. But Wishy's great. And she was streaming EFP. And I'm like, you know, I do keep hearing people tell me to play EFP. I might finally go check it out. So then, you know, like, what happens is that I install it last week, and I tried giving it a shot. Well, not actually, no, I've had it installed for a good month or so, but I didn't actually start playing it until last week. Because it was mostly originally just me loading up debug mode and fucking around with its various mechanics. And you know what? I'm starting to really see its appeal. I still am unsure if EFP is a version of Anomaly that I will play on stream, because I kind of prefer my own sort of, like, you know, like, my own, like, piecemeal mod setup, where it's everything I can sort of, like, you know, deal with accordingly. Ironically, like, I was under the misconception, I would like to just straight up, call myself out, and apologize for a complete misconception that I somewhat propagated, because I was of the impression that mod packs were just something you installed and it was a one and done, and you couldn't really change anything about it if things started to go south. You were just, like, stuck with a busted mod setup. That is not the case, at the very least not with EFP, because EFP is basically just a bunch of mods and a config for a load order that you just import into Mod Organizer. It is no different than, it's basically just a Mod Organizer profile. and an installation of Anomaly to go along with it. Because EFP is incredibly easy to set up, and it's also incredibly easy to customize your installation of mods. Because for starters, I uninstalled a Screen Space Shaders version, which is only 16, the 16th version, and I replaced its Screen Space Shaders completely with the newest 18.1 version. And then I also installed Atmospherics, and a couple of other things. It was impossibly easy to set up all types of mods with EFP and have it still be stable. I was able to install the little mod that I use here on stream that adds my little face to the inventory. Not the backpack one, because though it uses different backpack textures and models. But no, I would like to retract my statement that I made a while ago, claiming that like I didn't get into EFP because I figured it would be like too much of a nuisance to have it and like play it and maintain it, because I assumed that how mod packs like EFP work was vastly different from how they actually work. So this is me putting my hand over my heart and admitting I fucked up. I said the wrong thing about the video game. That said, while I did play it, I would again like to basically sort of clarify, I don't think 90% of the mods that are in EFP are mods that I think I would really want to be using in my main on-stream setup. Mainly because I like Stalker to still, like, I try my best to have my main Anomaly mod setup be at the very least, like, at its core, it's definitely still Stalker. EFP adds in a lot of mechanics that definitely kind of make it stray a bit further from Stalker's core gameplay than I would like it to. And that's okay. But it's not exactly the thing that I like to stream or include in my personal setup. But that's why I love mod packs like EFP, because I can actually pick them up and I can play them, and they have all types of systems and mechanics in them because of the mod pack setup that I would never have installed normally, or even know about. And now I can give them a try. And if I do want to install them into my main setup, or I do finally come around to them, I can just do that. Because now I know where they come from. Or how they work. That's beautiful. Like, the hideout furniture add-on. I think that's really cool. Like, I basically went out into Trevor's little shack in Zatan with a debug save, and basically just turned his little shack into my own little base just to test out the system. That was awesome. That was awesome. I was like, this is so comfy. Granted, the actual, like, resources you need to buy in order to make use of this system are drastically overpriced and very difficult to get the actual, like, tools for. But above all else, the fact that this is a system that I can make use of, that's cool as shit to me, dude. Like, I love that I could do that. That's a thing that EFP makes possible. I love here's the other cool thing. So y'all might not know this. My Anomaly keybinds system is ridiculously overcomplicated. I've got B for night vision scopes, M for shouldering and holstering my weapon, Z for switching between my, canted and regular sights and grenade launchers, B is my quick melee, C is to clean my gas mask, X is to low crouch or slow walk. So I basically got my entire fucking bottom row being used up by a bunch of keys, and the actual, like, letter of the key in no way correlates to what action is being performed. EFP, hold up, I actually want to read these chat messages real quick. Kinda says, oh yeah, I use EFP or Gamma to modify the hell out of it. Inverno and Advanced GUI were two that I had a hell of a time installing. Got the GUI going, tried Inverno and all that, and I can't load my save. Huh. No matter what anymore, so I went to my old pack. That's valid. I feel EFP and Anomaly are just like different games at this point. Yeah, absolutely. Depending on how you modify your own Anomaly systems to be, EFP drastically changes it. And that's why it has an entirely different name. Because it is, at its core, more like Tarkov than it is Stalker. Also, these fucking idiots are not fucking following me. Hey, can you guys, like, actually do something? Because we're going to die. I might have to save and load it, actually. Hold up. Where's a campfire? Like, EFP obviously borrows a lot from Tarkov. Dude, are these fucking idiots gonna die out there because they're not following me? I hate to say it, I might have to load a save because they are literally refusing to follow me. Alright. But yeah, so the hideout furniture mod is fantastic, and I love what it does. But I don't really feel like it's something that I would enjoy installing into my regular Stalker saves, because I like Stalker to feel like it's like I'm a desperate nomad, you know? If I do hole up someplace, it's because it's a faction hub where all this kind of stuff has already been set up for me and other Stalkers. And if I'm holding up in someplace that's other than a faction hub, I don't expect myself to be there for longer than, like, you know, a good couple of hours at most, maybe to set up a sleeping bag and wait out a rainstorm, or an mission, or something else. So it's a cool mod, and I like how it adds like a Fallout 4 or like Skyrim Hearthfire type system to Anomaly, and it is very nice to enjoy it and try it. But I think it kind of like diverges a little bit from my regular Anomaly sort of setup. Chromatic Edda says, hello Sasha. I have heard of you. Hope you're having a good day. Yes, I noticed you gave me a follow yesterday, or within the last like couple of days or so. I am having a good day. Now that you're here, I'll give you a formal thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Pripyat City Hate Crew. How is your day going? I am talking about Stalker because I spent the first hour and a half tonight talking about music. Talking about stupid heavy, stupid angry, and also stupid sad music that I've been getting into recently. I'll talk more about Dissect later. I'm gonna keep talking about Dissect. A couple of days ago. Right! Hold up. You are fucking toast. Oh, look at that. So, the other cool thing that I love about EFP is his keybind setup. So you use like an interesting little mod and like program thingy to bind different actions to the same keys depending on how you contextually press them. So just tapping a key versus double tapping it, holding it down, or holding down a modifier key while tapping it, double tapping it, or holding it down can produce vastly different results. And obviously all of these different keybinds, the different actions that are placed to the same key, are at the very least tangentially related in a way that it makes sense for them to be bound to the same key. And it means that despite fucking, what is it? Despite fucking, EFP having, like, marginally more, like, sort of, like, key-bound actions and mod-specific actions in it than my current setup, it actually uses way less keys. Granted, I do need to have a fucking reminder on screen of what its keybinds are. I have to have a reminder on screen of my keybinds, otherwise I forget what they are, and that gets hairy. But Key Wrapper's a separate mod you can just get as an add-on for MCM. Oh yeah, but I didn't know it existed until I installed EFP. Jesus. Okay, it's time I learned my lesson. I'm just gonna go in the front door, because trying to go in the back way seems to be impossible, because the bandits are already, like, fighting something here. Or you know what, I can just go sleep. I think I'll just go sleep. Do I not have a fucking, night scope? It's probably best to wait for a little bit, because at this time of the day, they're obviously all roused and raring to go. Having a good day, I just got done playing with friends. Ooh, what were you playing? Tell me all about it. Cinco says, I love listening to you talk about music, and I love talking about music. Music's something I love a lot. I don't think I'll ever really feel about any other art form the way about music. Not even games or anime or anything else like that. I might get Key Wrapper for my present setup, though, by the way, Kaine. Because I do think it's a fantastic mod. And I love the way EFP has it set up. It's really intuitive. Bitch-ass zombies. Playing Left 4 Dead 2 with a friend who's barely played it and her last time was years ago. It's a rare treat. Introducing someone to the game for the first time, basically. Oh, yeah. Especially now with how fucking... That's how it feels to me every time I pick it back up again, because, you know, I've modded it to hell. I'm pretty sure at this point it's a completely different game. Because, you know, you've got, like, fucking Jesse Pinkman shouting bitch every time I shove a zombie, or I pick something up and I hear 21, or the tank plays the Nostalgia Critic theme, and there's Modern Warfare weapons in it and shit like that. And I'm playing this... This guy had 2 doinks on him! This guy had 2 doinks on him! Look at that! I got 4 joints! Dude, I could fucking hold one of each finger now. That's not how my hands work. If you don't mind me asking, Chromatic, who told you about me? I would like to know. 420. Ah, Kelly did. Yeah, that sounds like Kelly to me. Too much Zaza becomes real. God damn it, Cinco. Don't make me pull it up. You know what? You know what? No, I'll do you guys a special treat. I'll do you guys a special treat as soon as I get to some cover over here, because I'm gonna have my guys hole up in here, and we're gonna wait out the night for a little bit in this area if there's a bed. There's not a bed? Shit. Hold up. Please tell me there's nobody here. Kelly speaks highly of someone and I checked them out. Your editing stuff seems super cool. Oh, thank you. I didn't know Kelly was speaking that highly of me. I guess this is probably on a we stalker VTubers gotta stick to. Jesus, that jump scared me. Uh-oh. Haha. That's not good. Good night. That didn't happen. I heard about you from a dream given to me by the gods. They told me simp for this kind maid. No, you saw me on Pinch's stream. It was definitely some stalker VTuber solidarity. I believe that. Fuck. Yeah, I've talked about it with Kelly and even on stream last week, but like, I don't know, dog. I don't see a whole lot of like, obviously there's a lot of VTubers who play Stalker. Like, you know, look at me, there's Wishy, there's Barry, there's tons of, and Kelly, there's tons of people. But like, there's not a whole lot of VTubers that are like, you know, VTubers in the world of Stalker. Obviously, you wouldn't really know that from looking at me, because, you know, like, my Stalker stuff is all in my backstory, but, like, you could probably infer it from just how much I play it. Kelly's is a little bit different. A little bit more clear-cut, I would argue. Oh, god damn it, because the zombies, I'm gonna have to kill them again. I might have lost the joints. You got me to play it again after a long time. Honestly, I hear that sometimes from people, and that is like my favorite thing to learn. My favorite thing ever, right? I shit you not. I even tweeted about it recently, but I want you guys to know that, like, at this point, my mission statement as a VTuber has kind of changed a little bit to be primarily about, you know, like, lifting up people who are creative or people who have love for, like, you know, all sorts of really cool stuff and just want to share it and be genuinely themselves in a space where it's all about loving each other but also taking no shit, right? That's the PCHC mission statement. That's why I'm fucking here. But another big thing that I basically live for at this point is getting people into Stalker. Because, like, there are tons of people who are, like, not into Stalker's gameplay. Maybe they don't like survival horror games. Maybe they don't like FPS games. Who knows? There are a ton of reasons why somebody could think that the setting and world and atmosphere of Stalker is fantastic, but not quite something they want to play. And I totally agree with that. But that's where I come in. Whether it's getting people to pick the game up again, or for the first time, or just simply presenting a platform where I can just show this game to people, and people can get to experience it through me, that is what makes everything worth it. Because Stalker's my favorite fucking game of all time. I've been playing this game for half of my life at this point, as of this year. Half of my lifespan has been spent playing this video game. And after this year, it will be more. And no matter what, my favorite thing ever is getting people to experience my favorite game. So whether they're picking it up because they see me play it, or they're just seeing me play it and enjoying it by enjoying watching me play it. Getting people into Stalker any way that I possibly can is something I'm living for these days. And every single time I either hear somebody saying, "Hey Sasha, I'm gonna get into Stalker because I saw you play it," or "Hey Sasha, my friend of mine finally got into Stalker again after years and years and years of not playing it because they saw you playing it." You know how much that means to me? You know how much that fucking makes me smile? Because I'm like, damn, I got like an impact. I actually kind of like help people. That's cool. Chromatic says I'm not the biggest Stalker fan. I don't think I'd like the games much unless I had a friend. I think it's cute how fans of these games have such a pure love for them. Kindness says I love your energy. Sounds like you're laying down a gauntlet, some wonderful passion. Yeah, no, really. Like, I just love that. I love like hearing people say, "Hey Sasha, a friend of mine got into this game from you," or "Hey Sasha," you know, like, it's just, why do you think I fucking based my character's lore in it? I use music from the game in creative stuff all the time. Most of my assets are from it. Look at my fucking overlay and everything. It's all inspired by Stalker stuff. I'm even making... I don't know how many of you guys here in chat know about it. Some of you, I've shown you some of the works in progress, but I've been working on an entire, like... I'm getting into doing some VTuber music, you know? And I don't want to just do like a VTuber rap song or like a vocal cover or whatever. I want to do something that's me. I want to do VTuber music that's me. So you know what I'm doing? I'm making a dark ambient EP. I'm making a whole fucking dark ambient EP entirely themed around my character's like place and sort of like, you know, involvement within the lore and universe of Stalker. I've got a couple of songs already done. And they're really fucking good. And I've been pouring my heart into this stuff. It's gonna be a long-ass time before any of you see any of this. Trust me. It's a very time-consuming process making music like this. But I'm enjoying pouring my whole heart and soul into it. But I think like if nothing else, like y'all can tell like that's how much I love Stalker. I don't love any other game the way I love this game. And that's why getting people into it or getting people to experience it is practically my life's work. Because you know what? Back in the 2010s, I got so sick of the weird dichotomy where you either had people who were getting people into this game for the wrong reason. You had PewDiePie onboarding an entire new fucking, you know, like, generation of people into Stalker purely because of his Misery video. And people were getting into Stalker and thinking that Stalker as a game was just the way Misery was, and it was turning so many people away from the game. You had people who were getting into it and letting 4chaners fool them into thinking that Stalker is a game you have to play in its highest difficulty, otherwise the game becomes impossibly difficult for some reason. You had entire generations of streamers, YouTubers, content creators, and just regular players being fooled by a complete gaslighting tactic made to gatekeep the game in a very passive-aggressive way. I am not going to let that happen again. I'm not going to let this game be one that, like, you know, people just only associate with Life of Boris or fucking, like, extreme difficulty. This is a game for the people. Stalker's a game for everybody, because what you want to get out of it is entirely what you see in it. It's amazing. It's amazing. Apologies for gushing so much about that. I can't really help but do that. I just love this game. I love this game, and I'm never gonna get sick of it. Like, I had Rocco come up to me one point and be like, Sasha, how do you do it? How do you, like, stream the same game every week? And I'm like, I'm be real with you. I don't know either. I just like it, and I have a good time. Thank you for the canteen sip, by the way. God, I'm thirsty. I have my dehumidifier running because my intake fan is on blast these days, so it gets pretty dry in my room. says, really hoping that 2 has a solid engine and a good modding tools because I really want to do a lot of stuff with it when it comes out eventually. Yeah. I know that it's going to be running on Unreal 4, so it's definitely going to be running on a decent engine. The bigger sticking point is how GSC are going to be making use of that engine. I know for a fact that modding is going to be like something that they want Stalker 2 to have. And I've said before, modding is going to be the make or break for Stalker 2. Because here's the thing. That's the beauty of modding. If a game comes out and it sucks, the players can find a way to make it better. You ideally should not release a game that's bad. But the way like everybody constantly asks me, "Oh, like Sasha, how do you feel about Stalker 2? Are you excited for Stalker 2? How do you feel about it since you play Stalker so much?" And I'm like, "Here's how I look at it. If Stalker 2 comes out and it's good, great. If Stalker 2 comes out and it's not good, hopefully modders will be able to find ways to sort of sculpt it in their own image. Or 2, we already have fan projects like Anomaly, Dead Air, Gamma, EFP, and Lord knows what else. No matter what, it's a great time to be a stalker." Chromax has been here for 6 minutes, and I can tell him how much love you have for this. I got love for everything that I love. That's such a... Can I do that over again? I'm just really passionate about things that I do love. And I love sharing them with people, and I love it when people share things they are passionate about with me. The most loving interactions are equal exchanges of positive energy. When I started, I streamed Monster Hunter Rise almost every stream for weeks. Monster Hunter's a ton of fucking fun. Monster Hunter was the game that fucking, I basically played non-stop when I had COVID last year. I basically just woke up in the fucking morning and just played Monster Hunter until I fell asleep. Who the fuck is shooting at me, by the way? Oh, I hear the gunshots. Huh. He ran, but he didn't get far. Where are you? Aha! Your muzzle flare betrays you. However, I am bleeding like a stuck pig, so that's a problem. If I do stream, it's gonna constantly be the same shit. Okay, but that's good. That's good. You gotta do that. Like, I said last night in a conversation, I was like, because here's the thing, I've heard from a lot of people that no matter what you do when you stream, no matter what you like, no matter what you don't like, everyone who streams kind of has to, like, at the very least, like, find a way to, like, enjoy or latch on to a piece of content that they may not really like, you know? Like Wukiki... Holy shit. Hold up. I'm repairing my suit real quick. Can you, like, give me 5 seconds, my dude? I'll be right with you. That's okay. Ah, bastard. Like, the way Wukiki put it was like, you have to feed the machines sometimes. And I was like, you know what? I'm kind of happy that the game that I stream as, like, my, I stream this every, I stream this consistently as, like, my main core content is a game that not only, one, I don't get tired of because it's my favorite game ever and I love it to death, and it's also insanely moddable, and there's just, like, so much you can do with it, It's like, I never get sick of it. It's my favorite game. It's infinitely moddable, so even when I get bored of the experience, there are other ways I can spin it or mold it or sculpt it to be like something else that may be more interesting to me. But also, it's hard to deny Stalker's cult following. Stalker has a hell of a cult following, more so than I think any other Slavjank or Eurojank game that has ever existed. And it's not a super toxic fandom for the most part. It's cool. It's insanely creative. Because the fact is that it's like a whole community based on a game series that hasn't had an installment in over a decade now. We make our own fun. We make our own world. We create it for ourselves. And I think that's what's so fucking cool about Stalker, because at its core, when you get a game that, like, needs to be fixed up as much as the original Shadow of Chernobyl is, or like standalone mod experiences that are meant to be more like platforms than their own games themselves, you get a community that's all about just creation, making cool videos, stories, fucking comics, art, music, what have you. Stalker's community is beyond creative, and it shows in everything. It shows in what I'm playing right now. And it felt for a while like I was really struggling to find a way to be creative like the rest of the Stalker fandom. But here I am. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. And it's great. Kinda says, I find streaming to me is more of a matter of creating that safe space to let people be themselves and enjoy what they like. I do the same. And it's nice seeing people finding and sharing that joy. That is exactly what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm... Like, for you and Chromatic, I've said this a lot on stream, but I always like to talk about it. The way I treat my audience, and the way I like to act, I like to treat my streams like a hardcore show. Like, imagine you're going to see, like, Terror, or fucking, you know, like, Trash Talk or something. The whole point is, right... I'm like the trans femme Scott Vogel of VTubing. I get up on that stage, and I fucking scream, and I shout, and I talk about all sorts of bullshit, you know? And I have a great fucking time doing it because I'm getting my energy out there. And I know that every single person in the audience is in good company. Because all of you are each other's company just as much as you are mine and I am yours. We create the safe space. I keep my streams and my community like a hardcore show because it's not just about creating a space where we can be ourselves, and if people come in here and try to fuck it up, you can guarantee they'll be gone in seconds. It's also about the fact that I curate this space entirely based on the comforts and safety of the other people I allow into it. If one of my friends, like if one of the people who I know tangentially starts making one of my friends uncomfortable, and my friend has to ban that person, if that friend shares this space with me because I allow them onto my channel as a co-host or a chatter, allowing that person that has made them uncomfortable and has made their life difficult into my community would not be me being a good friend to them. So, it's all about kind of like keeping the space, you know, keeping the space as safe as you can, and that requires you to kind of be, you know, you have to really crack the whip sometimes if people aren't being good people. But above all else, it's about making sure that people know that they're in good hands and they can do what the fuck they want and have a blast. Yeah. I know that you know, the hardcore show analogy isn't like super apt because like I've said before, to the best of my knowledge, my chatters are not two-stepping and throwing hands with each other. I think it should. But that's besides the point. Because hardcore isn't just about throwing hands and heavy music. It's about the space that you fucking keep. It's about the space that you foster. Cinco says, any stream I do will be things I enjoy, because I've decided recently I won't be becoming a content creator like I originally planned. Just a guy who streams every once in 1,000 years. That's a really good way of going about it, and I wholeheartedly am excited for how you go about it. The communities are where the magic is. Abso-fucking-lutely. I would not be here if it wasn't for the Pripyat City Hate Crew, my beloved people. Every single person out there in the chat and everything that they do. Y'all are a godsend. So I appreciate you all to death for making me feel like I really have an impact in the world, when I struggled to feel like that for so fucking long. Got extra hands to throw, Spider-Girl and all. I got an advantage. Oh, damn. Dude, Spider-Gal VTubers are the best. Okay. It's been like 2 hours on stream, and I have not made any progress on this situation because of my fucking, dudes over there being complete fucking idiots. But I think this time is gonna be the one. Is that a boar? Yeah, those are boars. This guy's path thing is broken. They call me Spider-Mom. I'm sure that explains my energy in the community. Oh! What? Why is there a whole bandit hunting party out here? Which is really funny, because remember, I started out the whole stream talking about how I'm immensely grateful of the community that I have. And I'm proud of the energy that I foster and the impact that I have on the world. I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I can pull up on stream and say, here's a band that I got into that I love and they need more support. Get out there and give it to them with me. You know? I'm beyond happy and proud and grateful of what I have and how things are. But I still found myself thinking about, like, a person that I looked up to back in, you know, the days of, like, when I was still in high school and being like, what do I gotta do to be someone like that? What do I gotta do to grow up to be somebody who always puts a smile on people's faces and always makes people feel loved and cared for and understood? And just is like an exemplification of hope. What do I gotta do to grow up to be that person? I don't know if I grew up to be that person. Because a lot of things happened along the way between then and now that made growing up to be that person really fucking difficult. You know? And sure, a lot of it could be chalked up to trauma, but a lot of it could also be chalked up to the fact that I didn't really know how to stand out from other people. And because of, you know, the way I sort of like grew up and the way that I was socialized, I didn't really know of a way to stand out from other people without standing out in a bad way. Without being a piece of shit and a dick to people all the goddamn time. And it took me a lot longer than I like to admit to outgrow that behavior and learn that you really, really need to be somebody that fosters a community that's, like, you know, people feel good about being a part of. It's not just about, you know, being that badass motherfucker with a spiked bat on their shoulder and saying, you know, fucking, like, ride or die with me. It's like, no, you gotta catch the flies with honey. And it made me remember that there really was a time when I thought about catching those flies with as much honey as possible. It's just weird to ruminate on these things, I suppose. That guy has a fucking eagle-eye aim. You're wonderful and deserve all the love. You're fucking... Aw, you guys are gonna make me fucking start crying. Stop. It's like... If I can be for real about something, so much has gone down this year that it's actually been kind of insane to think about how far I've come this year alone. Like, I started this year, just like basically being the same that I was for most of last year. And that was kind of it. But as soon as spring rolled around, I was on a game show. I was interviewed by one of my, you know, one of my fucking, like, you know, really closest friends. A friend that I think is fucking amazing. I was interviewed by another friend who I also think is amazing. And I also had an entire Live 2D re-debut. I did all of this stuff. Like, I think it's, like, it's crazy to actually think about it because I catch myself forgetting how far I've come. But it's like, Jesus Christ. It's fucking wild how far I come. So I want you guys to know that, like, no matter how much I might beat myself up about stuff, whenever I actually, like, think back on, like, you know, the time I get to spend with all of you, I always crack a smile and know that I am in good hands. Especially since y'all, you know, seem to be very bent on telling me that you are when you're in my chat as well. Chances you have no idea how much your song recommends popping up in my DMs help me get out of bad mental funks. Oh, you're the best, Chance. Hold up. Did I forget to equip my AK? Yes, I did. Alright, I gotta take up a better firing position than this. I was gonna tell him the sandbags don't quite work for cover like the way he thinks they do, but I did whiff 2 shots, so maybe I'm the idiot. Oh, shit. Alright. Take 5, fellas. I will be right with you. God, seeing the fucking open chamber there with the bullet in the magazine is wild to me. Aha! Where'd he go? I see you. Uh-oh. Okay, I have bad news. I don't see him. Is he on top of the guard tower? Yes, he is. I gotta keep an eye on his boy over... Okay, they're coming to me in droves now. I swear to God, I just saw him. Come on. Damn, it's fucking desolate today. Oh! Ouch! I'm trying to admire the fucking atmosphere, shithead. Is that a soldier? That doesn't sound like a bandit to me. Let's see, who were you? Nah, that's a bandit, alright. Is this my morphine? No, that's my stim pack, okay. Also, I realized that this entire first half of the stream, I forgot to turn the crosshair and the minimap back on again, which happens every single time. Alright. Alright, haven't you heard? I'm impersonal, I'm unsociable. But I see you looking this way, so come and break it off if you want a piece. Is there no one else? Good, because I need to repair my armor real quick. And... unfortunately, screen's still cracked. Glass is still cracked as fuck. No, check the magazine. Okay, there we go. I already looted Pug. It doesn't look like anybody else is going to be pulling up on me over there through the doorway, so I'm going to have to get a little bit more up close and personal. This AN-94 is cool. Admittedly, I don't think I'll be entertaining it because my AK has a laser sight on it. This doesn't, so... sorry, dear Abakan. Quoting Sub-Zero. Of course I'm quoting Sub-Zero, because Sub-Zero goes fucking hard.
No, man, I'm Skinny Pete.
I hear you barking like a dog, but I'm a fucking wolf. That's the good shit. Yo, Vex, welcome on in. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you, as always. Also, is that Skinny Pete? Is that Skinny Pete? God, where the fuck are all the dudes I killed? I know one of them rolled down the fucking hill. Ah, I found his body. Hi, Limpid. Oh, you're like a shopkeeper, ain't you? Good night, sweet prince. Shithead. Grilled human hands. Just got off work, a little tired, but good. How goes the stalking? The stalking is good. I have spent most of the stream just talking about shit I love. That being this game, music, an anime I rewatched, or my own community. So it's a very good, uplifting kind of evening. Now, one of these dudes I clapped on this hillside over here, didn't I? I will admit, the grass does make it a little bit difficult to search for bodies if I don't keep a mental note of where they are. Sex-based terms for the phrase finger food? Automod, what are you on, dog? Finger food is a term people use for like chicken nuggets and stuff, dude. Yeah, that shit was confusing. Can we get a huh in chat, please? Also, I resent you for that hand pun, my man. That was oh shit. We gotta hurry the fuck up now. Finger food? No, Kai! Don't do that! Kid named Food. I can't look at Mike Ehrmantraut ever again after that fucking meme happened. Well, kid named Food. Every time I think of the word food, I just start laughing because of that one meme, or like that one tweet or whatever, where it's like, if animals aren't supposed to be eaten, why the hell are they made out of food? We might end up having a battle in the middle of a fucking blowout if I didn't clear this place out completely. Yep. This is about to be a fucking war zone real fast. I hope my boys get here in time, though. Uh-oh. They may not, though. Uh-oh. I've been spotted by some type of hostile... Favorite finger food? Chicken wings. Oh shit, that's a grenade. Get the fuck in the building! Get the fuck in here, go! Get in here! Hurry up! You're gonna fucking die if you don't get in here. Alright, good. Alright. In spite of the powers that be conspiring to fucking kill us, we made it, and we are currently hiding and using the bandit base as cover in a mission. What sauce? I use ranch dressing. I'm a nuggies girl, but wings too. Yeah, a big baby when it comes to bone food. Well, no, okay, here's the problem, because I eat boneless wings. I can't aim this thing for shit. The fucking screen's shaking. I've never fought in the middle of a mission before. This sucks. Oh, what kind of sauce in your wings? Just buffalo sauce. Holy shit, never combat in a mission again. Oh my god. This is hell on earth. Quite fucking literally. Look at that! We're just kind of supposed to pretend that this is okay here in the zone, huh? Average day in Detroit? Nah, this is Flint, Michigan. Just out here on a Tuesday. This is just California. I'm getting people from all over the country telling me that this is different parts of the country. Do I have any Vinca or something to stop the bleeding? No. I hate to use my morphine like this, but I'm not gonna stop bleeding otherwise. I got hit pretty bad. This is just hell on earth, huh? Well, there is a reason the original Shadow of Chernobyl's main tagline was the phrase, man-made hell. Sometimes we forget. Sometimes we forget. My suit's back to 92%. Let's hope it doesn't drop any further below that. This is Olivius. I think he's the fucking shopkeeper. Now, what happened to the bartender? Hell is a man-made concept, so that tracks. Yeah. Etc., etc. What's that one fucking tweet? Where it's like, pop nihilists be like, what is it? Fucking... The whole idea of like, oh, there is no, like, I don't believe in anything, but like the universe is cold and uncaring. But since the universe is like completely neutral, that means it can't be a cruel thing. And it's like, fucking nihilists, you claim to believe in no god, but you invented a devil to scare yourself. Lovey Pedrilla. I have reason to believe there may be more possible hostiles to clear out in this building. I think it's time to have my boys step in. As soon as the base is confirmed to be clear, I'm going to be taking us on our halftime break, because I've been doing this for a while. Okay, yeah, we've got my 3 guys here, and then it confirmed at least 2 other people inside the main complex. We've got our work cut out for us. This calls for a smoke. Here, look, okay? Pachka Cigarette is playing. This is literally the best opportunity for this. Wait for it. Get in here. Oh, tea time. Thank you, Nixie. Alright, watch this. And this is why I love Stalker, because you can have moments like that. Alright, listen to those sloshing footsteps, by the way. Alright, so... And, of course, the chill atmosphere of the post-rainstorm is completely gone because Black Star is playing, and we're back to hell on Earth again. So, we've got at least 2 confirmed hostiles in this building. I have a Spas 12 ready to go. I do have morphine in my system, so I should be able to recover from bleeding pretty easily. How am I on medkits? We've only got 1 full-use medkit left, but I do have 5 stim packs, including a military one. I'm pretty good. Let's roll. I'm gonna turn this up, actually. Oh! I'm about to turn this shit into a fucking John Woo tea house. Get over here. Clear. But it's not over yet. There's more of them. John Woo tea house. I need to see Hard Boiled. I've heard a lot of really, really good things about Hard Boiled. Alright. Old mag. Here we go. We're gonna clear this place top to bottom. I knew it. Wait. Oh, that's my companion. Sorry, man. Wow, I'm surprised he's not, I'm surprised he's not hostile to me after that one. I straight up shot this man like fucking like 5 times with a Spas 12 and he's still cool with me. Haven't seen Hard Boiled in years. I've never seen it. Alright, I'm not going to be convinced until I clear the whole building anyway because there's also loot to be had. I'm not bleeding anymore, but I do need some health, so no better time than now to fucking pop this one in me. That can be fixed? I would love for it to be fixed, Nixie. Please add it to the list. Something about how the weather mod makes the game look now is just wild to me. You guys are blocking the doorway again. Do you want to do something about that? Is there any news about the north? The north is not going to be open until I do it. Free health. Looks very red. Yeah, you gotta have those Soviet cheese slice morphine packages. Hi, Kim Tustis. It appears the main event is over because I have cleared out the bandit base in its entirety. Everybody is super fucking dead. Good. God willing, it'll stay that way for at least a few days. Yadulin, I could have made use of that a while ago. Baked beans. I can eat these in a movie theater and be ridiculed by everyone. Shoma Loyal. Carry some of this stuff. God, I fucking hate. I hate this song. Fucking Heresy by Lustmord. For those in chat who haven't heard this story, a year ago, I tried going for a walk around my neighborhood at midnight listening to this song. Hey Sasha, why did you do that? Because I thought it would be interesting. And here's the cool thing. I didn't have a flashlight either. I actually have little lanterns. LED lanterns that I walk with instead of regular flashlights. I walk around around my neighborhood at midnight with a fucking lantern. No, Kim Tustis has it perfectly. The only way to feel alive, okay? What ended up happening is after like a good half hour, I had to join a call that Faye was in along with Patch and a bunch of other homies where they were playing League. I was like, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. And they're like, what did you do, Sasha? And I'm like, I fucking went for a midnight walk listening to Stalker ambient music. With like a lantern and shit. Like a whole ass lantern. So, that was kind of fucked up. Is this? That's interesting. So, yeah, I had to open and letting Faye tell you what to do. Faye didn't tell me to do anything. What are you talking about? I joined that call entirely of my own accord. If I remember correctly, I raided into his stream after that night's stream, because it was Stalker Tuesday. I raided Faye, and then I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna go for my fucking midnight walk. And then during my midnight walk, he finished his stream, and then I joined the voice call that him and Patch were in. I was like, I'm scared. But yeah, no, like, in those moments, when I go walking at night, listening to fucking spooky ambient and shit, my heart gets fucking pumping, and I feel like the most alive I've ever been. You know why? Because as a person who has, like, a pretty big fucking, like, death wish thing, moments that make me terrified for my life are moments that kind of remind me, hey, you're alive, motherfucker. It's great. So there's that. What is it? Walking with ambient music. There was something I was going to segue into somewhat. God, I'm thinking of something. Yeah, no, Cinco says I would be actively panicking. Oh, I was totally panicking. At one point, a different Lustmord track called Black Star came on while I was walking down a street. Like, a suburban street, like, lined with houses and street lamps. A pretty bright place to be, all things considered. And yet, fucking Black Star had me, like, as soon as the actual fucking, like, part of the song kicked in, where it's basically just, like, these whooshes and spooky tones, and literally the sound of, like, horrible mechanical howls out of, like, you know, out in, like, the distance. As soon as that part of the song hit, I actively started running. Like, I was running until I couldn't fucking, like, catch my breath, and I kept looking over my shoulder. On, like, a street, on, like, a completely lit suburban street. Because that was how much a song, just an ambient song with no voices in it whatsoever, no speech or anything, made me genuinely terrified for my life because of how fucking creepy it was. And it was one of the most exciting moments ever. I love you, but I cannot believe you would want that. To be fair, that was not an expected outcome. I went out listening to dark ambient music because I figured it would be a good way to get into the vibe. You know, go listen to spooky stalker music because I was trying to brainstorm Sasha lore. And for me, the best way to get into the headspace and be able to brainstorm Sasha stuff was to get into a headspace like Stalker, but not just playing Stalker. I had to go for a walk to really kind of like keep myself moving and thinking about stuff. And the ideal thing was, well, then why don't I just go down my usual walking route and listen to Stalker music? Easy, you know, anybody could do it. And then it was like, oh, you know, like some of these tracks are pretty creepy or whatever. And then Black Star came on, and I was like, I want to go home. I want to go home. Was fun though. We've basically cleared this shithole from top to bottom. It's time to leave. Oh wait, there's a basement. Also, my guys are stuck again. Okay, I'm sorry. Going down into the basement listening to this song is not the vibe I want. Aqua tabs, water. Oh man. This is creepy as fuck. I know there's nothing in this basement. The PDA would tell me if NPCs were nearby, and there are never mutants inside of a faction base like this. There is no reason to be feeling so freaked out. It's the fucking song. It's Lustmord, dude. His music is so goddamn creepy. You want to know something else creepy? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Sioma. You want to know something else insane? Today, I was doing something I do a lot with Nyx and Iris. Me and Iris booted up Ground Branch, and we did a sniper duel. So what we do is we play this tactical shooter thingy called Ground Branch. and we load up the biggest like woodland map called Creek, and we literally both get into ghillie suits with bolt-action sniper rifles and engage in a sniper duel. It's first to 5 kills in an hour. This time, me and Iris, like Iris usually kicks my ass. She's gotten like 5-0 aces on me before. She's that good at being a sniper, primarily because she said she plays a lot of BattleBit and shit like that. Me, I was just getting kind of panicky and running all over the place. MGS3, the end boss fight, but literally no, exactly. So like Iris has gotten like 5-0s on me before. I'm usually pretty well balanced against Nyx, but the last time I played Nyx, I was able to clinch a 5-0 against them, I think. This time, if you want to talk about the fucking end boss fight in MGS3, dead ass, this entire 1 hour match that me and Iris had, we did not kill each other once. Neither of us got a single kill. I saw her a single time. And whiffed both shots because I couldn't draw a bead on her through the trees. And then after that, I never saw her again. And during that engagement, she never got eyes on me. An hour went by of just us, like, skulking around in the underbrush and occasionally pausing for up to 10 minutes at a time, trying to fucking get each other to, like, come out of the fucking hiding. Pulling out just, like, little rangefinder goggles and just looking around, waiting. I was constantly unscoped and just sitting there with my weapon down like this and just waiting, seeing if I could like scan the horizon and the overall picture and just saying, as soon as I see something move that doesn't look like a branch, I'm gonna go for it. And there have been so many instances where, like, in fact, me and Nyx and Iris, we like to call it hunting rocks. Because there are constant instances where as soon as the game has been going on for long enough, and it's not that we're getting, like, antsy and anxious and are trying to get kills, so much as we are just getting really fucking paranoid and, like, nervous about, like, the possibility... Because, like, it's not like playing, like, Search and Destroy in COD or whatever. This is a sniper duel. It's just complete silence and the rustling of the trees and the occasional bird calls, and then the loudest sound you'll ever hear as you plummet to the fucking ground. It's scary to get shot in one of these duels. And we call it rock hunting because this experience is so fucking, like, nerve-wracking that you literally start to think that any bush or rocky outcropping starts to look like somebody pointing a rifle at you. You genuinely start to think that every little thing that is vaguely human-shaped is a person. So when we first started off, like, doing these sniper duels before we started, like, all three of us started to really get a lot better at it, we actually would just start reflexively shooting at anything that vaguely looked like another person. Because the idea was, like, you gotta be the first one to shoot, right? The idea is, like, maybe that person hasn't made you out from the background yet, and you still have just a mere moment to actually get the jump on them or whatever. But then you realize, if a person has you in their sights and they haven't shot yet, then that's not a person having you in their sights, it's a rock. If you're able to stop and actually generally make out what looks like a person, because of how long it generally takes the human mind to perceive that and differentiate it from the environment, that's a good couple of seconds. An average human being... an average player in this game would probably have shot you before then. So the whole idea is that, like, if you're actually able to stop and perceive something as a human being, or it looks like a person aiming directly at you, and you're able to stop long enough and pause to let your mind play tricks on you like that, it means it's not a person, because they would have shot you by then. There were a couple of times I would constantly whirl my camera around to make sure Iris wasn't right behind me, because there are times we spend in these matches literally mere feet from each other, and we don't know that we're right next to each other, because of how well we're staying hidden and trying to just, like, keep an eye out in the other direction. Kim Tussis says, Sasha, you're just speedrunning PTSD. Basically, yeah. God, there's Irisu in the trees, dude. With that said, I think I'm going to get up and start my halftime break and put on some tea like Nyx redeemed. I need to give my throat a little bit of a break for a few minutes from talking, and I need to figure out how I'm gonna get back to base after this one and recoup with my loot. So, we will Be right back. Don't go anywhere, friends. I'll see you all in a moment.
The world is teeming with unnecessary people. It's God's decision that I fight. As a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal, I sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals.
Kai says, damn, this song is good. Which one? Who's getting me my recommended dose of Akira Yamaoka? Ah, you know it. Alright. I decided to have hot chocolate tonight for my, like, hot drink redeem. And also, my mom made some peanut butter cookies, so I'm having a few of those. This is some nice little downtime. Not having to worry about keeping the tangent going or focusing too much on the game. While I'm just sitting here enjoying this food. Hope y'all are enjoying your time here tonight. Let me know in the chat what you're all up to. It'll be a little bit before I, you know, get back into it, back into the game anyway. Gotta finish some of these, have something to drink. Kais is getting a bit eepy, might go to bed. Much love to you, thank you for the awesome stream. Thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful night, boss. Be good to yourself, and thank you once again for stopping by. You're listening to Zone FM, bringing you only the hottest Chernobyl rock hits. Here's Radioactive by Imagine Dragons. Ah, kill me. Say what you want about Ride to Hell, and trust me, I don't think any of us can say what we want without saying something that hasn't already been said. But Ride to Hell's music is really good vibe music. Ride to Hell's soundtrack, surprisingly good vibe music. I could get used to listening to this fucking track all day. Hell, I'd put this fucking song on in a date. I'll do it. Fuck it. Combat music's kind of mid though. And then you got, but at least the main theme by Rival Sons is pretty good. I think the biggest injustice of the 2010s was that Greta Van Fleet got like so much airplay when like out of all of the like modern Zeppelin revival type acts of that era, Rival Sons deserved it so much more, in my opinion. Pressure in Time was a fucking modern classic. But if we're talking about like any modern song to kind of like bring back like the Zeppelin style, I gotta rep my faves. The Evil Has Landed by Queens of the Stone Age. Like, what a fucking song. I feel like I'm fucking Howard Stern. What the fuck is happening to me? I don't know. I like coming back from a BRB state. And I got my tea, or my coffee, my hot chocolate in hand, and I'm just swinging my chair around and just saying shit. It's good for the soul. Is what it is. So, back. I had a couple of peanut butter cookies. Almost done with my hot chocolate. This is hot chocolate I got in a fucking glass bottle, by the way. It's from a brand called Silly Cow Farms. It's chocolate truffle flavored. This shit is rich. They advise only an 8-ounce cup of milk, of hot milk, with only 2 teaspoons of mix. And naturally, I use my steamer to heat the milk up because that's the best way to do it. And it all tastes fucking amazing. I should get some of those mini marshmallows that we were talking about on stream the other day. That would be good. Alright. I think I've stalled for long enough. Let's get back to the bar real quick. Hi everyone. Welcome back to the bar with me, Too Much Sasha, the Chernobyl battle maid. I cook, I clean, I hunt, I play the spooky shooty games. You know it all by heart anyway. I am back, and I am ready to stalk some more. For those of you who may have been joining us only now, or during our BRB state, we cleared out the entire bandit base in the Dark Valley. Every mechanic, every medic, every boss, every character. All of them. Slaughtered. Like animals. It was fun. And I got some good loot off of them. Obviously, any medical supplies they dropped were quickly burned through myself because I had to use them to stem all the bleeding. But, at the very least, they did drop some things, I guess. I don't know, actually. I feel like this is a pretty unprofitable engagement. But at the very least, I did get to, you know, like, basically just, like, fucking suplex a baby. So that was fun, at least. That's basically what this is the equivalent of. It's me going into, like, a fucking, like, it's me being like fucking Batista and going into like the lightest of lightweight wrestling rings and literally breaking a human being in half for fun. And that human being was also an extortionist shithead. Listen, alright, at least I have standards when it comes to killing. That being said, I'm ready to get back into it. We have to recoup our loot, make sure all of my gear is in good working order, and begin heading back to base after I pick up one more quest here. So, I zone back into I suplex the baby? Come on, don't act like I wouldn't. You know me, Sicko. Also, you just got one of those things in there by the fridge? Yeah. You can't see him here because he's behind the shutters, but fuck them kids. Yeah, absolutely. Also, y'all might have noticed it, but my one of my badges here on me, I added a new one today, and it's the Silent Planet logo. I've also got Touche Amore, Finch, and Pianos Become the Teeth. So post-hardcore and very like emotional metalcore are my vibe this week. We love it here. Alright, let's get back to it. No, turn the fucking lights back off. Bring the lights down, bring the lights down. Adding the green screen and matte filter to my transition was the best decision I ever made. That shit goes hard in the paint, dog. Alright. Let's see about my item conditions. My suit's currently sitting at an 87. Rope might be good for this. IEDs, electronic components. My weapon is currently sitting at a 95. Repair efforts are going to be wasted as they'll bring me over the threshold of 100%. I don't need to do that. You can keep the meat. I definitely don't need this much fucking water on me. We're basically all good to go. Let's get the fuck out of this shithole, shall we? And I've repaired my suit back to full percentage, so we're all clear. I may be a reckless and insane motherfucker, but at least I know how to maintain my equipment. Also, I've noticed that my reshade preset does not cause the thumbnail of my save games to black out. That's appreciated. Also, I need to double check ammunition. Let me see what kind of my magazines are sitting at so far. Hollow point rounds. Sitting at 38 out of 45. Gonna unequip that for my loadout, actually. And that's all dirty and old AP rounds, so... There was an SVD mag that wasn't full, right? Oh, Hip's eyes were glowing again. That was creepy. You're at 10 out of 10. Here we go. You are sitting at 8 out of 10. Don't I have any backup pistol mags? No, I guess not. Well... You are empty. That's another game I gotta play. You Are Empty. I've heard, interesting things about it. I did watch Civvy play it, and Civvy's video about it was, certainly something. Ah! No magazine loaded. I know what to do. And now, all of my weapons are fully loaded, and I also have all of my magazine slots in use. So, I don't have to worry about any loose magazines floating out in my inventory. What I see here is what I've got. Now, we got a quest to pick up here, actually. The Dark Valley still. We've got two. We actually have some military goons to deal with. Hold up. No. Why is there still a crack on my screen? My suit is at 100% repair. Right! I forgot about my fucking helmet! I forgot, my suit isn't... I was like, why am I repairing my suit? My helmet, my glass is still cracked. Because my helmet is a separate entity. You know, I have reason to believe there may be enemy combatants in this building. Let's turn off the silencer. I do want to turn the heat up a little bit. I do not have any grenades, so... Row 6 going dog. Which room is he in? Zombies. Building clear. Captain Gordienko. By the looks of his suit. This was a military man. That's a fucking... I think that's a Nozorog, actually. Okay. Interesting plight for a military man to be in, but at least he suffers no longer. I suppose that's a good thing, isn't it? Now, why is the nighttime theme playing? It's only, what? 7 p.m.? A bit early to hear the nighttime theme. Now, my suit was at 100% when I walked in there. And it's still at 100%, so that's good. Don't I have any, fucking... Here we go. I'm gonna repair my helmet, too. I really don't want to have a crack in my fucking helmet glass. It's not good for business. Alright, military guys, round 2. We got a whole factory full of these shitheads. Gonna put the shotgun away, because obviously that's not gonna do any good against dudes in armor this heavy. Alright, I have my boys wait here. Stand guard, kill anything that moves. I'll be right back. Bubble bath anomaly. God, this game is gorgeous. And I'm not using the fucking, Badlands, reshade like everyone else does, either. Usually this area is either held by zombies or the military, but this side area seems to be clear this time. That's good. However, the main complex is not going to be so simple. There's going to probably be at least one sniper on the upper floors, and God knows how many possible combatants on the lower floors. Thankfully, with the exception of a couple of snipers, you don't have that many people, so God willing, this shouldn't be too big of a challenge, but things in the zone have an unfortunate habit of not going the way they tend to be planned. That's just how it is out here, I suppose. Careful. Right. Show me your teeth, jarhead. What do you got? Gotta get to a different vantage point. I'm not gonna be able to see shit from here. Huh. Wait, was that... Okay, I thought I saw a flashlight. It's not a flashlight, that's just a weird shader bug. Okay. Movement? No. We've got a lock case to bring to Skinflint, and a freedom spy needs to be extracted. If I kill the rest of his squad, we'll know who's who. And I'll know who's who because the freedom spy has a Dragunov sniper rifle. If we've got no snipers on the upper floors, then taking the scope off and replacing it with something a little bit more close range is probably the go-to for this. But I can't put red dot sights on it, so... God, a Dragunov fucking SVD with like a non-eye-cup scope feels so fucking cursed in such a weird way to me. Only problem is there's not going to be much of a way of telling who might be a possible, like, who the freedom spy might be without taking the shot first. So I'll have to play this a little bit sneaky. The lighting situation inside this building leaves much to be desired. This is a better fit. What I wouldn't do for a flashbang to help me cover these corners here. God, I haven't felt so alone out here. That's definitely not a Dragunov. Wait. Is it? Nope. Good night. Peek me again. Alright. Enemy combatants defeated. The freedom spy has made himself known. Come on down, my man. What's your name? Lieutenant Denisenko. You are my number one. That is the worst. You are never going to hear me ever reference anything Joker-related ever again. You've lost your Joker privileges, chat. Not because you guys did anything, but because I realized you can't have them. It's dangerous for all of us. At least it was Jack Nicholson. Sag. Cinco forever sad after losing Joker privileges. Thank you for the nods, Nixie. Though I thankfully no longer need them as the combat is over. But... okay, also real quick, I haven't gotten to actually show this off on stream, but if this is the AN-94, I think it is, one of my modifications actually edits the gun model to have a proper reciprocating barrel. Yep, it does. Well, that's it. She took my Joker. God, I'll never forget that day that I found a Joker cosplayer in at Comic-Con, and I deadass got the man to say we live in a society, and somehow this motherfucker didn't know what that was a reference to. Like the man literally apparently just did not know of the whole, like, gang weed, we live in a society thing. What are you idiots shooting at? Okay, that's not good. Okay, so... unfortunate news. The exact bug that is why I don't ever play spy missions of, like, you know, get the enemy spy out of this area type missions is apparently still in effect, even in this version of Anomaly, where getting a spy for the enemy back results in that, like, spy thinking that your teammates are, like, enemies and vice versa. Watch. As soon as I tell these two people who are supposed to be in my squad to engage in combat once more, they will begin killing each other. The whole reason I took this goddamn quest was because I thought that this wouldn't be a problem in this version of the game anymore. Unfortunately, that no longer seems to be the case, but now I know how to do this mission a little bit faster, so let's get to it before it gets dark out. That's fucking disappointing if I'm being honest. I don't know, maybe I just need to download a fucking AI fix or whatever. There's a couple of mods that change this. There's actually one that makes it so that, like, even, like, this requires me to explain a little bit of, like, Stalker's faction system, but there's a mod called He's With Me, or also Fight My Foes. And the whole idea is, say I've got companions in my team, and they're all members of Freedom, and I'm being shot at by the mercenaries. The mercenaries are friends with Freedom, so even though I am currently in combat with the mercenaries, my companions will not fire at them, because my companions are in a faction that is friendly to the mercenaries. So, there's a mod called Fight My Foes, and the whole idea is that it makes it so that if you are being shot at by an entity, your companions will obliterate that entity regardless of what faction it is. So you can avoid moments where you are literally having your entire skull scooped out by 762 slugs, and your boys won't just stand there and let it fucking happen. Which happens a lot more than you would think. Surprised I was able to take that guy out so well with hollow points when he's fucking fully drab in armor. Zone moment. Fresh shower, nose hairs plucked, I am like new. You're brave. I used to pluck mine and I couldn't stop crying because it hurt so much, so I just used a trimmer. I am disappointed that this spy mission, like, NPC killing your companions thing is still a problem. But at least it happened in a moment when I had saved recently enough that I can undo it and still be okay. My poor guy's Sioma and whatever the fuck his name was. Ooh. Thank you for the sub, this an anomaly? Ooh. You know what's something I've really wanted to do? And I wonder if any of y'all would be interested in it. I want to have, like, an alternate outfit, like an alternate costume. I'll talk to Yana when she's done with her, fucking, what is it, commissions? But I want to get, like, more alternate, like, costumes. And one, like, reskin of my maid outfit here in Live 2D that I want to have is I want to do, like, a Bandit Sasha. And I want to basically just have, like, an Adidas tracksuit maid outfit. Like a maid outfit with the Adidas stripes and everything. Tell me that shit wouldn't go hard. What do you mean mission failed? Dude wasn't even looking the right way. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Is that the whole idea of the spy mission working like this is like, oh, well, the spy is going to fire on you, you know, to make it, like, look like, you know, to make it so it's not obvious that they're with you or whatever. And that's fair, but, like, you'd think, generally speaking, a spy would, like, intentionally miss so as not to hit you. But you're not so lucky here in this game because, like, the spy characters in this game will just be like, oh, I'm just pretending to be with them or whatever, so they don't kill me, and I'm gonna try not to hit you. When in actuality, the spies will, like, just straight up fucking, like, absolutely demolish you. Because they're, like, this, for some reason, like, the spies are always scripted to be carrying SVD sniper rifles. And those fucking things aren't any slouch, dude. Those hurt. So it's like, oh, you know, I'm the spy. I'm gonna, you know, like, shoot at you so I don't blow my cover. But, like, you could at least try to fucking, like, Adam Driver and Black Klansman it. Like, you could Adam Driver it. You don't have to, like, fucking just actually aim for me. You know that, right? And it's like, look, if you were, like, using, like, a fucking MP5 or, like, a fucking PP19 or something, I'd be like, whatever, dude. If I get hit, I get hit. It's 9mm. My suit will catch it. But you're firing a fucking, like, steel core 7.62 rifle used to, like, you know, give permanent fucking lobotomies to people in Afghanistan back in the day. Like, don't fucking be like, oh, you know, I'm just firing on you to not blow my cover. How about you just, like, try not to hit me? Like, you shoot, but try not to hit me. You'll get ragged on for having bad aim if I end up getting clapped by one of your boys, but, like, at least I won't get clapped by you. Right? Just got me confused is all, you know? A tiny scare to the engine block of a truck. Yeah, see, if you're trying to take out an engine block, you want something that fires 50 Action Express. Which, to most people, is the infamous Desert Eagle. Probably one of the most, fucking historically inaccurate. And I don't mean, like, inaccurate to history. I mean, in all of history, it's one of the most, like, completely, like, ridiculous fucking weapons ever. It's preposterous. This might get bad fast. Alright, we're clear. Don't shoot! Wait, why did my guy fucking, like, out himself as the spy when the enemy wasn't completely dead yet? Vance could have killed himself. He could have straight up died. So unfortunately now, I have to make my companions all completely worthless in combat, because if I don't turn off their combat, they are going to kill each other. Straight up. I don't like feeling like I have to protect my companions from each other, or like I have to fucking babysit these dudes, but like, if I gotta do it, I gotta do it, I guess. Man, the factory that houses X-18 has always been a creepy fucking place for me. Always hated how it looked. Alright, let's go grab this box and fuck off. We gotta get back to the bar, and then once we get back to the bar, we gotta go say hi to, Lukash, turn in a couple of quests for my man. Huh? What? No, hold on a second. Oh, wait a minute. The lock case for Skinflint isn't here. I put it in my personal stash back at the bar. It thinks it's here because if it's not in my inventory, the game will just default to thinking that it's back where it spawned it initially. I was about to be like, are you fucking kidding me? The quest item isn't even here, dog? No, it's all good. The game's just having a little bit of a goofy, wacky moment. We're clear. Look at this, though. I don't ever want this game to look anything like Unreal does. I'm happy that X-Ray's weird little engine can still have an art style of its own. No, don't engage. Please don't engage the boars, dude. We need to get the fuck out of here and fast. I really don't care for staying here. Like, if you idiots could handle this environment, that would be fine. But I literally cannot allow you to engage in combat with anything Because if I turn combat on for my companions, they will proceed to fucking gun each other down. And I'm really, really not looking to have my boys do that. In fact, I might just take this guy's gun from him, but my companions will still register him as a hostile and proceed to kill him anyway. Misunderstood the order, now engaged to a boar. Aw, man. Why does that not surprise me, Nixie? After all these years, you go and you marry a bullfango. I'd marry a bullfango, actually, you know? just the visceral reaction of like complete like betrayal in that. No. What? I still don't get why people hate the bullfango so much, yo. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't think it's so bad. I think they're cool little dudes. I think they're cool sleepy little fellas who didn't do anything to hurt anybody. I love the bull drone. Bring them back. Oh, absolutely. The bull drone does need to come back. One's in chat. You know, actually, hold up. Let's run a poll real quick. Question. I already did a Twitter poll on this, but I'm going to do it again here. Should they bring back the bull drone? Y'all have 1 minute. Cast your votes. Should they bring back the bull drone? Yes or no? I've just received a message from Alec. What does it say? Ah. I see. I'm gonna be real. For a second, I thought the notification was just like Kim Tustis messaging me and being like, please don't bring back the bull drone. I actually don't know if Kim Tustis is a Monster Hunter homie. We already have the bull drone at home. It exists in Dark Souls 2 New Game Plus. Well, yeah, but like nobody knows about that because like I don't think anybody's gotten far enough into Dark Souls to get to NG++, unless they're, you know, using the fucking bonfire ascetic because they keep losing so many souls after like every goddamn death. I'm unsure what that is. It's a boar, but huge. It's like a boar, but it's the size of a truck. Congratulations. We've received a total of a unanimous yes. All 5 votes have decided the bull drone should be brought back. I will begin writing a petition to Capcom post-haste, and hopefully we'll see... Dude, what if the bull drone appeared in Monster Hunter 6? Would that shit not be cash? Would that shit not be so cash? Dude, I hope they bring him back. Monster Hunter. You know, it's the game where you hunt monsters with a big fucking stick. Wait a minute. I just realized. Wait. Hold up. We're about to see something new here. This guy is technically a freedomer, but he's also a military man. So I wonder if his military association will cause him to be shot at by the free stalkers here. This is tumultuous. Like this one bit. I might have to go through the truck cemetery. Because 1, there's a quest to pick up there. 2, I'm fairly certain with this guy's dual freedom and military citizenship, the free stalkers and dutiers here in the bar will immediately rip him to shreds. They will slaughter him. He will be blended. I cannot bring him through the bar. Only seen a Bulldro in Monster Hunter Stories. I love them. Who out here trying to get blended. Now, Nix, what did you mean by that? Will it blend? That is the question. God, remember will it blend? Meet and fuck Kingdom, Steve. Meeting, huh? So bad news, I worry that the bandit base may be completely repopulated now that, now that I've left the level and come back. I hope that's not the case, because I'm going to have to pass through it again to get over to the army warehouses. Sticks face an anomaly, now don't breathe that in. Bandits are like bed bugs. Yeah, they really do. Remember the days of Clear Sky, where you'd single-handedly clear out the entire bandit base just by, like, way of being a complete fucking badass? And then, when all is said and done, you fucking... you realize that, like, the free stalkers are so under-equipped and fucking stupid that these reinforcement squads they've sent to now hold the bandit base are, like, just holding at the entrance to the cordon for, like, no goddamn reason. So you're like, well, maybe, if I go over to the cordon, maybe I can, like, coax them to come with me, and then you walk, like, 5 feet away from the bandit base, and Father Valerian immediately messages you to tell you that the garbage has been lost to the bandits once more, and the entire fight must be begun again. Don't you love that? Don't you love Stalker Clear Sky? Isn't it such a fun fucking game? God, I hate it. That game fucking took years off my lifespan every single time I played it, which is like at least 5 times. I am a Clear Sky apologist. Okay. I will grant you this reprieve. Clear Sky has its moments. Clear Sky has some parts that I think are cool. I think Limansk is cool. I like the buses in the middle of the street that have giant sphere-shaped holes in them because of the space anomalies near them. I even think the hospital fight's kind of cool. I think it's a fun, like, you know, corridor war kind of thing. Limansk Hospital I actually liked a lot more than most people did. I like the special extra area of Agroprom Underground it added. I like the extra area in Yantar that it added as well. Which, if I remember correctly, is that in this game? Because if it is, I've never actually gone there. There's very little reason to go over there. But I also loved the Red Forest. I thought the Red Forest is a great area with a lot of spooky atmosphere. I think it's cool as hell. I really like that. So, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of places and things in Clear Sky that I think are cool. It's just that it's territory war gameplay. If you are like me and you're a fucking idiot who decided to side with the Free Stalkers because you didn't realize that siding with freedom or duty was the way to go, you basically just got, like, pummeled and pummeled into the fucking dust until nothing remained of your pitiful resolve. Not to mention the weapons being balanced around their upgraded variants rather than their unupgraded variants, resulting in any unupgraded weapon being a complete tactical nightmare to attempt to use. Also, the final boss segment. The final boss segment is what took years off my lifespan, I would argue. That shit killed me. That shit hurted, dog. So here we are in the truck cemetery once more. We have a missing duty soldier to find, and we also... there may be bandits. You've heard of there might be giants? I think there might be bandits. Not so much a clear sky apology as much as I just don't really like Zaton for no concrete reason. No, honestly, you have a good point. I mean, I like Zaton more than the clear sky swamps. I personally think swamps are a bad level to start your game in if it's like a survival horror first-person shooter in the open world. My main reasoning being the fact that swamps tend to be very heavy in vegetation and tall grass and reeds, which does wonders for your like visual style and overall like atmosphere and world look. But the problem is that in terms of combat situations, when a player character is very poorly equipped at the start of a game with not a whole lot of like long-range solutions and not a whole lot in the way of proper armor, an environment like a swamp is a complete tactical nightmare, because you have tons and tons of visual cover that really only benefits the enemy because of how 90% of AIs, you know, like AI enemy soldiers are usually programmed to fight and aim at you in video games. So the visual cover doesn't actually help you, it just serves to make it very difficult for the player to be able to engage with enemies with a proper line of sight. But it helps it helps the enemy avoid getting shot by you, but you can't use it to avoid getting shot or seen by the enemy. Meanwhile, there is almost nothing in the way of proper physical cover to hide behind. You are constantly just in the shit all the goddamn time. And it sucks. So I can understand why Zaton might not be a fun, like, place for, like, a lot of Call of Pripyat. Oh, my baby. Oh, my baby. You're what I need. You're what I need. You got what I need. But you say she's just a friend, but she's not. She's a DS Arms SA-58. Rest in peace, Bismarcky. I'm sorry Ray William Johnson did that to you. No, I want this gun. I'm actually going to completely, I think I might actually, okay, I can either use this for replacement parts for my, like, shortened, like my shortened version of the SA-58 I have back in my stash, or I can use that for parts to fix up this, because the Austrian-style SA-58 is a full-on FAL variant. And the cool thing about it is there are a ton of conversion kits from different factions, much like the AK-105, to turn this thing into a fucking beast in combat. So if I can secure myself the proper resources to be able to make use of this thing in a combat scenario, or be able to convert this thing into like a newer variant with like a conversion kit, I can turn this thing into a formidable fucking weapon. Also, I hear Lustmord playing again. I'm not a swamps apologist, says Kim Tustis. Yeah, Vladivostok says, hear me out. I agree with the swamps. That's why I didn't like the start of Call of Pripyat. An uninteresting starting location. To call it uninteresting, is, I think, a little bit too far. I think calling it uninteresting is a little bit of a step too far. I think that it certainly is like a little bit of a samey location. I think setting Call of Pripyat and fuck. Uh-oh. Are you fucking serious? Shit is just kind of happening right now. Alright, that just kind of happened. Bleed. Bleed out. Okay, I get it. Hell is loud. I'm not engaging this thing without better armaments. I left my Spas 12 with my companions. Where's the fucking sucker at? There's a fucking sucker. Yeah, there he is. I was trying to say there's a fucking sucker out here, and I can't tell where he is. So we had a dog, a Karlik, and a sucker all in one go, huh? You think y'all could maybe, like, pace yourselves a little bit out here, man? Also, I heard gunfire. That's not a good sign. The sucker didn't even bother giving me any good loot. Let's see if maybe this Karlik over here is a little bit kinder to me. If I can find his fucking body. Ah. Yeah, I think the Zatan is still a cool starting area for a couple of its segments. I personally think that having, like, the main hub of the area be, like, the fucking swamp icebreaker, and having that be, like, a good, like, intro, hub is cool. And hold up. Vladivostok says, what the hell was up with that ridiculous anomaly? You want to get in Call of Pripyat that is like in a giant fire pit with mutants everywhere. You're kind of describing a lot of different anomalies in Call of Pripyat, but I think the one you're talking about is the circus. I thought the circus anomaly was cool. Contessa says in COP, it seems like they designed the places after the quests. You see a structure and you're like, oh, obviously there's a quest there at some point. It's super gamey. That's fair. I personally didn't really, like, feel like that. To me, it felt like the world, like, everything in the world, like, was worth exploring. Like, to me, it really felt like the world, like, had a point to be, like, to exploring it. Whereas, like, okay, you know for a fact that there's not going to be any time we are going to, like, explore a building, and you're not going to see at least something that's worth finding in there. Whether it's stashes, necessary quest information, you name it, you know? Like, the fact that, like, basically every location was used for at least something lent itself to making a world that genuinely felt like, I don't want to say lived in, because the point of Stalker is that it's not supposed to feel lived in, but at the very least, it felt like a world that was worth exploring. You know, oh, what's going on in that building over there? I don't know, I'm gonna go check it out. Oh, hey, there's cool stuff in here. Hey, there's a quest to pick up. You know, I just went to go check that building and I didn't see anything there, but maybe this one information NPC can give me something worth finding there now, you know? Like, it can be gamey, but, like, Stalker knew how to balance the idea of being video gamey with being, like, a survival horror shooter thing, and they knew how to do it in a way that never felt like you weren't immersed, but also never felt like the game was, like, completely impenetrable as just, like, a survival element fuck fest, you know? I'm an SOC purist. To keep going back to that game the other two just couldn't get into. Maybe I should give them another try. I think that maybe they might be a bit lacking in replay value. Shadow of Chernobyl is. For what it's worth, though, Flight of Vostok, there have been a couple of instances of me discovering things in Call of Pripyat in the last year or so that I did not know were in the game at all. Like the UAV drone in Jupiter, I genuinely did not know that was there. For the 10 years I was playing that game, all the way up until like 2022, when a chatter came into my Gunslinger stream, I was like, hey Sasha, have you found the black box on the UAV yet? And I'm like, what? What? And they're like, you know, you haven't found the UAV? Like there's a UAV drone. Like, have you not looked at the map? And I'm like, I've been playing this game for like 10 fucking years and I never found that. Hell, it took me like 8 years to find the fucking dangerous cave with the controller in it. So the UAV black box, complete with all of Strelick's stashes and his custom SIG rifle, which, in the Gunslinger mod, actually has the engraving on the fucking stock, was really cool to find. Hold up, which one of you fuckheads is carrying my shotgun, by the way? You are not carrying my shotgun, but you're carrying a shotgun. Shadow of Chernobyl is, like, still my favorite of the series because of its atmosphere, though. Don't get me wrong. I personally think that, that Call of Pripyat and Clear Sky can't really hold a candle to it. The main reason for that, obviously, being the fact that while Alexei Omelchek's productions for Call of Pripyat are fantastic and very, very high quality, the problem that I have with them is that they just feel too relaxing. Like, especially the themes for Zatan and the Great Swamps. They definitely don't feel like typical swamp level themes, but they sure as hell don't feel like they fit into Stalker. They feel like I'm listening to Brian Eno. Contrast that against the absolutely pants-shittingly horrifying fucking music that Moose made for Shadow of Chernobyl. And obviously, once you actually hear that music in fucking, you know, Clear Sky, because they're both back-to-back, you could tell there's a pretty big fucking difference. Realistically speaking, like, it is also funny that Clear Sky reuses, like, a lot of songs from Shadow of Chernobyl, but it also, like, puts them in a weird order. Like, the Red Forest and Garbage themes are completely inverse in Clear Sky for no reason. It's a weird little thing. But I will say there still are a couple of Alexei Omelchek songs that I like. In COP, I also didn't like how Dyatlov moved. The camera just sways like a motherfucker. That's fair, although we can't forget the fucking, like, view bob in, like, vanilla Shadow of Chernobyl on release. Like, that was unbearable. But I do understand what you mean, because, like, especially if you're trying to, like, aim while walking and, like, strafing and shit, the aiming and recoil and, like, the way the weapons handle in Clear Sky and Call of Pripyat are very much not pleasing. Which is obviously why everybody always installs fucking mods to fix the weapons and shit. We'll install my unpatched German disk copy to verify that. Please report back to me when you can. But no, like, there are a couple of Shadow, like, fucking songs by Alexei that are still really solid in Call of Pripyat and Clear Sky. A good example being... I'm not doing... A good example being fucking, what's the word? The theme for, like, ironically, both of the good ones that I'm thinking about are actually nighttime themes. The night theme of Clear Sky, called Shadows, is really fucking good. The nighttime theme for Zatan in Call of Pripyat, also very good. Fucking... I also really like the songs for, like, Lemansk. I thought Lemansk had a pretty good theme in it. The main menu theme, like the original main menu theme of Clear Sky, slapped as well. Not to mention the theme of, the night theme of Jupiter didn't fuck, and neither did the daytime theme. Pripyat in Call of Pripyat sounded pretty good, at the very least. But I still feel pretty, like, vindicated in my personal opinion that I think Alexei Omolchuk's productions and compositions for Call of Pripyat and Clear Sky just didn't really hit the way that Moose's compositions for Shadow of Chernobyl did. And you know what? That's okay. Because ultimately, I think differentiating yourself and making something that, like, stands out as you is more important than trying to follow in somebody else's footsteps. I think if Alexei tried his hardest to just replicate Moose's style, I don't think it would have stuck. I think fans would have liked it originally, but it would have faded from public opinion pretty quickly as everyone realized that it was basically just like him trying to ape Alexei's style. Absolute head bop. Droning ambience got me cat jamming. Yeah, you get it. We still got quests to turn in for Skinflint. Now, if I remember correctly, most weapon conversion kits are typically bought off of mechanics. The problem is that I would have to get pretty fucking buddy-buddy with Freedom to be able to get my hands on a conversion kit for this. While I'm here, let's shore up my suit and weapon health. This I don't want to use until my armor gets low enough. So I'm gonna buy a tube of glue for armor that is at 70%. The only song I didn't like in SOC is the one playing on Sidorovich's video, the Celine Dion sounding song. Are you talking about Dirge for the Planet by Firelake? Because I love that track. Is that an ACOG scope? Bro's got a good selection of scopes and weapons, at least. Seems I'm in good hands for the most part. Anything here that I don't have except for a ridiculously overpriced aim point sight that I wouldn't be caught dead wearing or using? No? Fair. I will purchase your vodka because I need to make an exchange with Chef at some point. Now that it's morning, though, I do have to be making my way on down to the proper bar, after which point I will proceed to grab the case for Flint, or Skinflint, rather. We'll be making our way back, turning that in, and once all the quests have been turned in and I have sufficiently gotten all of my gear repaired and reloaded, we'll call it a night, and I'll raid out. Why am I still so fucking slow, dog? Here we go with this metronome, bro. Oh my god. Yabba dabba doobu, shubu. I got fucking Laboratory by Deville Santa stuck in my fucking head, dog. Small speed, cause small feet. My feet are... No. No, I think I'm not gonna finish that sentence. I've learned my lesson. Better than that. Don't you point a fucking motion at me, you shithead. This song reminds me of a high school dance. Interesting. I like it a lot. I really like the lyrics. Miraculous crystal given by stars, I can foresee the future in fabulous glass. Because it's important to note that, Firelake was a band that one of Stalker's developers was in. Like, that was about as close to in-house music for the game as you could get. It wasn't exactly Pentakill, but... Man, remember when Lil Nas X did like the best goddamn video for that League of Legends thing, and then next year they followed him up with Imagine Dragons? Or was it the reverse? I can't remember. I don't play League of Legends. I'm afraid I wouldn't know. What's League of Legends? Senior Sergeant Denisenko? Wasn't that the guy I literally rescued? Huh. Okay, no. It was a guy named Lieutenant Denisenko. But there's also someone named Senior Sergeant Denisenko, who is currently being hunted. Would have preferred them licensing a song. That's fair. I think it's important to note that with Stalker's budget, I don't think licensing a song would have been possible. Though it is always interesting to think about what could have been. God, the EP's hitting me. Kentucky says I wouldn't know what League is. I play real games like Golf with Friends. Golf with Friends is an absolutely joyous time, though. I don't think I've ever had a game of that where I wasn't having a good time. Mini golf is an extreme sport that remains enjoyable at all ages. I'm sure you all can agree. Rain, glorious rain. Coming down in fucking droves, dog. Same with driving ranges. My work took us on a trip to a driving range. I haven't been to a driving range in a long fucking time. Last time I went to one, it was on like a February night. Driving ranges at night hit so much different. I don't know why, but there's something really, really kind of just like vibe. like there's something such a vibe to me about going to a driving range at night with the floodlights on and like barely anybody's there, and it's you and this big long fucking stick of iron smacking a bunch of little balls. Depending on what you're into, you may not have to go to a driving range for that experience, but I suppose it depends from person to person.
Подходи, сталкер. Для таких, как ты, у меня всегда...
Чего расскажешь?
Ну, привет.
Здравствуйте, Сидорович.
Слышали о проводнике? Он, мол, самый первый из сталкеров в зону ходить начал. Вроде может провести практически в любую точку зоны.
Alright, where's that case that he
Другое
wants?
дело, что найти его очень проблематично. Да и соглашается, говорят, он провести далеко не всех. Денег берет немало.
It's straight up not here.
Если нашел его и договорился, то будь уверен, он тебя доставит в нужную точку зоны. Вот с ним бы потрещать. Жон-то видел, что там.
No, like the case for Skinflint is straight up just not here. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. It was in my inventory this entire time. I could have given it to him this entire time because it was in my fucking inventory. Are you dicking me right now? Bullshit. Man, I'm gonna scream. The circles were on the ground and your goal. Oh, when we went at night, it had giant circles lit up like LEDs. It looked more like an arcade than a driving range, and the circles were for you to aim at. Dude, that's so fucking cool! Alright, well now I've got 2 FALs in my stash. A lot of AP ammo. What am I gonna keep and what am I gonna ditch?
Опять эта сволочь меня с патронами.
Не водка?
Вот гад.
Ah. Spasiba. Porno mags. Suppressors. Kind of unfamiliar with Gamma. Is there an end game? Or is it meant to be played forever? Do quests repeat like Shadow of Chernobyl? I don't play Gamma, but I would have to assume it's probably just like an Anomaly proper, which is what I'm playing, where the idea is that, like, there is a story mode, which comes in 3 different acts, and you can progress through it at your own leisure. But the actual, like, main game itself, why do I have these? The actual main game itself is, primarily just, like, you have Radiant quests that can repeat, and you can use those to grind out your rank and get more money, and as you progress through quests and you get better goodwill with factions, that unlocks more things for them to sell you. And you can do that, like, all at your own leisure, however you want to, while you get yourself, you know, all built up to be able to do the main story quests. The first act of, like, the first of 3 acts of the main story for Anomaly is just, like, basically, like, go to Agroprom, go to X16, go to the Brain Scorcher, go to the Chernobyl plant. And they also make you go to X8, which sucks, but whatever. And then there's Mortal Sin, and then Operation Afterglow. So there's 3 acts, and they're all pretty cool. So yeah, to answer your question, there is an overarching story mode. It's completely, like, optional, of course. But you can just choose to do, like, Radiant quests and just, like, basically, you know, free play it. It's just kind of like a free play sandbox where you can just be any faction you want and progress through the game however you would like. Build yourself up or just remain somebody always scraping by depending on how well your luck goes. Salty says hi, Sasha. Hey Salty, how you doing tonight, homie? Good to see you up in here. I am presently unloading magazines and listening to Kino and the wonderful sounds of the rain. God, I can't wait for the next update of screen space shaders to drop already. If I understand correctly, Gamma is a mod pack for Anomaly. Like, it's actually called Stalker Anomaly Gamma. I think Gamma just for short. But yeah, technically speaking, Gamma is just a mod pack for Anomaly. And I'm just using regular Anomaly. A lot of mods I have in my present setup here are mods you can find in Gamma. But I am not playing Gamma, if that makes sense. I have any more, oh, I do, good. I can load up this mag. Just like Escape from Pripyat is also a mod pack for Stalker Anomaly. I love fucking Pachka Cigarettes so much. At least I got more mags for the FAL. I'm sitting on a good amount of them now. You know, I am kind of rolling in the dough. What say you guys to me tuning up one of these FALs? It makes sense, thank you, it's a bit confusing, but I'm understanding. Of course, I'm happy to help. Do you speak Russian? That is a complicated question. Technically, Russian was the first language that I actually understood. Because I was born in Moscow, and basically was in an orphanage there, and that was where I spent, like, the first, like, couple years of my life or so. But once I was adopted and brought here, I quickly picked up English. So English is technically my second language, if only because, like, I at least understood, like, a base amount of Russian to be able to communicate with, like, you know, my caretakers or whatever when I was there. Of course, I remember absolutely none of it, but, you know, it's not too difficult for me to pick it back up. I have been attempting to pick Russian back up here and there. I've wanted to, and I tried using Duolingo to that end a couple of times. I never really ended up sticking with it. I know a very base amount of Russian. Like, I know how to say things like, hi, hello, how are you? Good evening, morning, afternoon, whatever. I definitely know plenty of profanities in Russian. The absolute, like, baseline interactions, I know, but that's essentially it.
Какие новости, сталкер?
Why do I have a PU scope? Oh, right, there's a Mosin in here. It fires the Dragunov cartridges anyway, so no need to keep the Mauser. This is British Army 792. Zero interest in keeping that. Salty says, I'm vibing. Good to hear that buttery voice. Oh, jeez. I'm always, like, blushing when people compliment my voice. I always feel weird hearing it back, but it does make me feel very nice to hear that people like it. Learning Russian for 5 years, says Vladivostok. I've used Pimsleur, Asimil, and Babel. Thought I'd ask, was impressed you could read Cyrillic. Yeah, I may not really be able to, like, absorb much of the language itself, but I do pride myself on, at the very least, being able to read Cyrillic. It is funny whenever I see it in, like, any type of media, and I basically just tell my friends, hold up, pause for a second. And it's like, okay, I can't tell you what this means. I can tell you what it phonetically says, but I can't tell you what it means. And honestly, if you're talking about, like, another alphabet altogether, that's a pretty big step in the right direction, I feel. Slowly learning how to read Cyrillic passively. Cyrillic is a very, very cool language, in my opinion. Or a very cool alphabet, in my personal opinion. I think it is a very cool alphabet, and I like it a lot. You know what I can't fucking stand? When I see people make, like, any type of video or meme or something, and they want it to look Russian, and what they do is they use the Cyrillic lettering as a font. So, like, the Cyrillic D is used as an A for an English, like, alphabet font. Or vice versa. Like, there is one, like, have y'all ever seen the fucking game Singularity? There's a fucking scene where, like, the character's name is on screen. And her name is Catherine. But they write it in, like, that weird fucking, like, we're using the Cyrillic alphabet for an English alphabet font, and it looks fucking awful. So the on-screen thing is supposed to say Catherine, but once you know how to read Cyrillic, you're like, Biruchu, chief. Who the fuck is Katniawi? Or like that one where, like, somebody added, like, somebody made, like, a meme of, like, Donald Trump's, like, star on, like, the Hollywood, sidewalk or whatever, where it says Donald Trump, but they tried doing it in, like, a Russian, where they do the fucking Cyrillic alphabet, and they use that as an English font again, and it's supposed to say Donald Trump, but again, if you can read, like, Cyrillic, it doesn't make any sense. So somebody made a meme out of that picture, and it's like, I'm be real with you, chief. Who the fuck is Doidel Tiatsmir? Cyrillic is easy, conjugation is the hard part. Don't get me fucking started on conjugation. Look, all right. My school did not have the budget. My middle school and high school did not have the budget to give us a proper language other than English, like, assortment. So you had a couple of options. It was Spanish, Latin, and French, and that was it. I think there was German at one point, but I can't be certain. So, like, I didn't have a chance, like, if I had the chance to actually relearn my birth language in school, I would have happily taken those classes. But that opportunity was not present to me. Yeah, see, that's how you write it normally. But yeah, so like if I did, Cinco says I got pretty far into Spanish. That's the only other language my school offered. Like, I did Spanish all of elementary. I don't remember any of it, but I did it. And as soon as I went to middle school, and I'd been in middle school for long enough, I was taking Latin. And I want you all to know, that was the biggest academic mistake I ever fucking made in my life. Latin was a needlessly, brutally fucking difficult course that offered absolutely zero real-life applications. I would have happily taken Spanish had I known that, because everyone kept fucking telling me, no, if you take Latin, it's gonna look good on your resume. Colleges will take you. I went to a fucking music college where nobody gave a shit about that. Like, I'm sorry to anybody in my audience who is fond of the language of Latin. I'm happy for you, but I cannot for the fucking life of me. Latin is cool for my languageism, but no, Latin is useless unless you want to learn it. Like, the class of Latin was so ridiculously hard to take, and the language is so goddamn hard to understand, and I was like, man, fuck this. Fuck this, man. It was such bullshit. Vladivostok said, I took 2 years of German, 1 year of Spanish, and 1 year of French. Always loved the Russian language and picked it up on my own in my mid-20s. Perhaps maybe it's a good time for me to get back into it then.
Проходи, не задерживайся.
Let me repair some of my tools. Let me also see if our good man here is presently stocking up any conversion kits. No, right. Because Mangun, I did not give all of my tools yet. He's way too far behind on that. So perhaps upgrading the regular SA-58 might be best. Because the problem is that if I upgrade my if I upgrade the Austrian style SA-58, it's going to basically integrate it with with a scope set that is permanent and cannot be adjusted. So I couldn't switch it out for a night sight even if I wanted to. Granted, it's the Austrian style SA-58 does have some pretty nice scopes for its many conversion kits, but it's going to be a while until I get high enough goodwill or tools to be able to do that. Because we're gearing up for the Brain Scorcher right now, and I presently do not have the fucking tools for Mangun. He still needs basic fucking tools. Cinco says I'm currently in the unique hell of wanting to learn Old French, a dead language from the 14th century with a grand total of maybe 3 people teaching it anywhere. Jesus. Would that quantify as a dead language? Do you have a conversion kit for the SA-58? No. An advanced tactical kit for a PDW I don't plan on using in this run. That's okay. Picked up a Deagle magazine, but I never picked up a Deagle itself. Interesting. Vladivostok says, the thing that pisses me off now 31, people get weird about me knowing Russian, even though I actively studied it before the conflict. Which is weird. I will agree, that is a little bit unfortunate. I guess the times they are changing. I am sorry you have to put up with that though. Real EP hours for this maid. Maybe not a dead language to Cinco. I'm not totally sure of what the definition is these days. No one speaks it though outside of scholarly settings. I feel like a good classification for a dead language is if it is simply not used by like your average human being and is only used academically. Though that does catch a lot of languages in its wide net, doesn't it? Man, I sure do love disassembling ammo. Look, I even left my mark here in, what's his name's face? All Latin words lead to spells being casted. Have we learned nothing from Ash Williams? Ah, an Evil Dead reference. Very funny you bring that up. I was watching Evil Dead 2 with my good friend Pinch on Halloween last week. A week from now, actually, a week ago. It was a good movie. I like the part where Bruce Campbell is fighting his hand. Evil Dead's interesting. I do need to see more of it. I was impressed to hear that the remake was actually pretty okay. Especially considering it dropped around the same time as the Old Boy remake, and we all remember how that went. Latin either leads to spells being cast, or finding dead spaceships that literally went to hell. Liberate tudime ex inferis. Man, he was spitting. I met Bruce Campbell at a book signing. Signed my book, an Army of Darkness poster. Very nice guy. Yeah, Bruce Campbell seems like a swell dude. Senko said it is most definitely dead then. Old French fell out of use by the 14th century and evolved into Middle French, which became Modern French by the 17th century. This is all very interesting to learn. I genuinely did not know that this was a thing. I mean, I guess it would be fair to assume that most languages have, like, much older variants. I guess I didn't think of French as a language as having one of those variants, then. Because everybody knows about the classic Old English and all that. I think I'll I'll reload some of this AK ammo then. Second, I didn't know either until more recently. Castlevania hyperfixation led me to it, if you'd believe it. I do believe it. Castlevania does seem to put people onto a whole lot of interesting stuff. Vladivostok says I own every movie and TV series he did. I like the Evil Dead TV series, but it was a lot more crass than I was expecting. How often do you see a grown man pulled through a cadaver's asshole? Depending on how many Italian movies you see, probably not that much, huh? Oh, I don't have enough rounds to reload. Alright, then I'll hold off on that. I'm willing to bet I already have a NATO suppressor in here. And I'm right. Do I have a harmonica? Yes, I do, so I'll sell that too. And I'll sell this deck of cards. Fuck you, Alexander Fagelman. Bitch ass.
Здорово.
Fuck you too. What movies are you guys watching? I mean, I'm mostly referring to like Italian Mondo film, where directors regularly instruct actors to kill real animals on set.
А все-таки накоплю на свой домик, чтобы у речки и лес рядом.
Can't do those types of films. That's valid. I don't think I ever will even attempt, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Sounds awful, what the fuck? Yeah. The types of movies where the actors who perform on the sets are genuinely, like, so broken after doing them that they end up, like, literally being unable to look other people in the eye afterwards. It's fucked. That was a dark fucking period for filmmaking. That was just how it was, I guess. Time for beans. Alright, sell the silencer. Did I forget to sell the harmonica? Yes, I did. Yeah, those could be neat. The cannibal movies are gross. Yeah, Nick does have a good point. Italian, Germany, and Serbia are terrible for those kinds of films. I've watched reviews of a few on YouTube, but never the films because of how disturbing they are. Yeah. That's just, I don't even think it has anything to do specifically with the culture. I think it just has something to do with, like, the actual, like, nation itself and its overall culture. I think it just has to do with the fact that, like, underground, like, movies made specifically to be disturbing that stand on no other premise or merit are just generally not really great, no matter what type of movie you're watching or where it's from. I mean, that shit still happens all over here too. I mean, I'd rather these types of movies be allowed to exist than not. I don't think they really add anything to the cultural zeitgeist because they're simply made just to shock people. But I think that it is important that we as a culture, like, allow this to happen because we recognize that, like a movie's not really gonna hurt anybody, and it's better this than than to have any type of, like, glasnost situation going on, you know?
который стирает мозги. Наш дат.
Время дорого. Рассказывай.
Tinkos is the closest I'll ever get to that is, like, there's a Dolly film I really enjoy that uses an already deceased animal for really cool effect sequence. Yeah, I can understand that. I think that is definitely like it could certainly be a hell of a lot worse type beat there. So strange how we dictate and decide our limits with this type of thing. Thank you for the follow, Vladivostok. Welcome to the Pripyat City Hate Crew.
Душевно так поговорим. По-мужски. И надо было побольше колец в постель. Ведь как знал.
Ну, что расскажешь?
Ничего. Ну, отлично. Ну, чего этим свободовцам надо? Чтобы зону не трогали?
I'm a fucking idiot.
Так можно не трогать.
I'm a fucking idiot. How long have I been muted?
Тут смерть кругом.
How long have I been muted for? Shit. For like a minute? What was the last thing y'all heard me say? Let's take it from the top. I'm getting EP, alright? Cut me some slack here. All my weapons are in good standing, I think. Couldn't hurt to give him a tune-up, though. Oh, hey, the mutants are dead. Strange how we decide what our limits are. Ah, okay. Now, I was gonna say, Cinco, what film were you referring to there? I also said, fucking, I have seen the Stalker film. Vladivostok. I loved it. A lot of people kept telling me that I wasn't going to like it, and then I watched it, and then I loved it. I think it's a great rumination on the actual degree that an average human being has to be free within the gilded prison we give ourselves, that is the average societal expectation and norm, as well as the internal sort of... the internal conflict and also just like conflict of interest that every human being has with themselves, that basically is just what you pretend to or think that you want versus what your heart really wants. I think the Stalker film is amazing. And I love everything it does stylistically. I love everything it has to say. I think it's fantastic. I think it absolutely deserves all the praise it gets. A journey of faith. That's fair. I can see where that sort of like reading could come from, yeah.
Бай!
Because I think that's one of the coolest things about it, is that it can be read in so many different ways. Yeah, that is true. He did put that on. Like my favorite type of media isn't media that's just, oh, you should analyze this in multiple ways. It's more just like, there are so many different ways this could be read, and all of them are equally valid. It's like, when I watched that one video about Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, and people were like, oh, so, people who made this show, what do you think of all the fan theories? And they basically just came out and said all of the fan theories are true. Every single one is true. Because the entire point of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is that freedom of expression, primarily within the realm of, like, finding your own meaning for everything, is a piece of human expression that must not only be protected but fought for. And the idea that, especially infotainment that we've kind of allowed to saturate our lives over the past few decades, kind of threatens that a lot, was always a core part of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared from the beginning. And learning that really kind of opened my eyes to it and made me be like, wow, this is something else. This is fucking cool, you know?
Знать бы раньше, что столько таскать на себе
Senko says, Chin Andalou. An Andalusian dog. It's a really weird dreamlike sequence that's fantastical at best, unsettling at worst. It circulated a little in the modern age again back in 2015 when a scene was used in an indie atmospheric horror game. Huh.
Бред какой.
I have a feeling I might know of this game. What game would that be?
Да уж.
The Tender Cut. Huh. Yeah, nah, I actually haven't heard of that. That one's got me stumped.
Знаешь, вот это грустно.
How interesting indeed.
А вообще-то тут интересно. Здорово даже. Не так, чтобы прям золотое дно. Ну, как времени побольше надо. Времени, сноровки опять же. Вот наберусь опыта. Будут и башли, как у людей. 100 пудов.
Blowout time, of course.
Или пушку убери.
While I'm still checking all my stuff.
Центр зоны, тоже мне. Артефактов кот наплакал.
Yes, Vladivostok, I have seen that. Uh-oh. There we go. I hit the wrong button on my stream deck. But yes, Vladivostok, I have seen that. I thought it was cool. Sasa pressed the wrong buttons. Stop. You can't roast me like this. Alaris, thank you for the Hydretch. Welcome on in. Also, wow, the fucking, just, my gun looks stellar. Don't you fucking super cry Johnson, May. Well, if ever there was a good time to load some of these magazines. Especially, you know what? Especially if I'm going to be using the SA-58 on extended raids, I think keeping a shortened version is probably better. How much of a difference could there be in range? I don't even think range is ever really like an actual stat difference in Stalker. Okay, load weaponry, resupply on medical supplies. What else? Resupply on meds, drop off the box. All my stuff's in good repair. See about repairing the SA-58. Do I have any parts for it at all? Truth be told, without a repair kit for it, it's going to be a tall order to do that, so I might just fucking, like, buy the repairs instead. She's literally at 5% condition, too. She has seen much, much better days. There's a ruler cool to the SA-58. I like how she looks. While this blowout's happening, let me get up and stretch real quick for Alaris, so hold on a second. Why is that guy running so fast? Did anybody see that scientist fucking book it out of the goddamn place? He does know there's a fucking emission happening, right? Okay, but Cinco, he ran outside, where the emission is happening. I don't understand this guy. Maybe it's less squarey outside? I mean, I guess if you get lobotomized wirelessly, yeah, maybe it would be a little bit less scary for a moment. For a moment. For the longest. Snake sliding in the street. But mama taught me how to not be like the bodies lying and the pigs riding. Thinking about my grandmama. I did not know that, Vladivostok. Synchros' free lobotomy. Good god, dog. Oh, my beloved EOTech scope. What I wouldn't do for the XPS2, though. Well, let me assess the cost. How much feasibly would it cost to repair this thing? You're the one who said it first? Yeah, but I didn't say it like that, though, did I? We lost 20 people today. Fyodor Gritsenko, Yurek Broshstein, Semyon Koyev, Syoma Gatsula, Leva Petrov, and 15 more awaiting identification. That's a lot of bodies.
Чем могу помочь, сталкер?
I need to open up Shadow of Chernobyl again just to remind myself how far this game has come.
Да ты рассказывай, с чем пришел.
Alright. Holy shit, Kelly OC!
You only knew where I've just been and what I saw.
Welcome on in, everybody. How are y'all doing tonight? Let me give you a motherfucking shout out. Raid before stream ends. Oh, don't worry, Kelly. Before we actually finish getting everything done, I have a band to show everybody. I have a band to plug to everybody, so everybody please stay here. Kelly, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for trusting your community with me. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Everyone who just joined, welcome on in. I am Too Much Sasha, the Chernobyl Battle Maid. I cook, I clean, I hunt, and I also like to play lots of horror and FPS games. Every Tuesday I play Stalker, and we are continuing that today. I'm actually going to be spending quite a bit of money tonight to tune up an SA-58 assault rifle, primarily as my first big preparation made for the raid on Lab X-19. After that, we'll begin grinding out a little bit more to save up for some better armor. I'm excited for that one. So Kelly, tell me all about what you were up to and how it went. Everyone in chat, how are you doing now that you're here with me? With that said, I'm going to bring us on back to the game, and we're going to continue gearing everything up and making sure all of my gear is in tip-top shape before we close out for the night. I do have one more quest to turn in, so we'll at the very least get to bring this thing on down. Finished Half-Life and went right into Half-Life 2. Sounds good. How about that Nihilanthe boss fight? God, this game looks beautiful. I'm fucking obsessed with how good this game looks. Harder than I remember? Please tell me you weren't playing on hard. Please, God, girl, tell me you were not playing that game on hard. I swear to fuck. What night scope? No EOTechs? Yeah, but you got a fucking aim point. Normal? Okay, good. Because hard difficulty in that game is like complete bullshit to the nth fucking degree. Alright, I got my medical supplies. Before I start heading on over to the Freedom Base to tune up this SA-58, let's go talk to, you know, it might be better if I get this thing tuned up in the cordon, huh? I should probably go do this in the cordon. The weird thing is I don't remember the movement being so strange. Which version of Half-Life were you playing?
Подходи, сталкер. Для таких, как ты, у меня всегда есть кое-что интересное.
Слушаю тебя.
Слушай тебе yourself, fuckhead. I want to talk to you right now.
Везет же некоторым. Болт, блин, нафиг пролетает, и хоть бы хлеб. Ну, думаю, глюк перепил спиртягу, пока позвонишь раз. Такие визуально...
Just regular Half-Life, huh?
Ну все, это трамплин.
Interesting.
Тебе же вон светлее, и на кромке приплюснуть.
That's 5 magazines easy. Live the case.
И шо?
All of my armor and stuff is in good shape. Have ammo, I have food, water, meds, repair items. Yeah, we're good to roll out.
Я в распотел. Чуйка подсказывает, что это особняк. На корточках тихонько наползаю. Подкидываю камешек. Рефлекс надел. Просто не поверите, вплотную. Смог как мышка лезть.
Alright.
Лежат аккурат в душе.
Since Xenotech has proper stuff, we're going to go visit him as soon as I'm done with all of this.
Разобраться. Значит, волынку на колени поклал. И усраться, блин. Тяну руку в трамплин к одному из камушков. Прикиньте, а?
Have you played any of the Pathologic games? I've played them all. I have only played some of Pathologic 2. I didn't get very far in it because it is a very oppressive experience, and I have several times compared it to the idea of attempting to live an average day in your life when a drill sergeant is constantly screaming at you. But I do think that aesthetically, both like in terms of things like aesthetics, story, and like just overall vibe and everything else they go for, I think the Pathologic games are absolutely dazzling and a wonderful piece of art. I think everybody should at least attempt to play them. I think they're fantastic. Like, the game does an oppressive atmosphere so fucking well that, what is it? Like the first time I actually went into fucking Artemis' like workshop under the factory and heard the Miracle Workshop theme, I actually just like kind of broke down because of like how much of a relief it was to be in a place that felt even remotely safe. Played the first one a long time ago, couldn't figure out how to not die of hunger. I would advise playing Pathologic 2 because it is basically a repeat of the first game's story from the horror specs' perspective. It's also presented to the player in a very unique and interesting way that I think is absolutely deserving of your time. I can vouch for it quite a bit. Also, Kelly said there are some strange bugs with NPCs. Someone told me there's a Source Engine update. Wait. Kelly, were you playing Half-Life or Half-Life Source? I have 10 hours in Pathologic 2 and 25 in HD. These games are a nightmare. I had to do it just to show myself I could. That's valid. They do beat your ass. They do beat your ass. But I'm a big masochist, so I love it. The original, the water was opaque. Okay, so you were playing on it. So whoever told you something about a Source Engine update is bullshit, because Half-Life 1 uses the Gold Source engine, which is a modified version of Quake's multiplayer engine. So that can't have been why. I think maybe you just remember it different. I don't know, dog. There are some... No, actually, there are some things that did change. I know that present-day version of Half-Life on release is a little bit different, with one of the biggest differences being the fact that, what is it? One of the major differences being the fact that the Tau Cannon can no longer be used to propel yourself long distances for jumping, meaning that most Half-Life speedrunners that wish to make use of the Tau Cannon for jumping basically have to use like a pre-patch version. Because if I remember correctly, Tau Cannon jumping is only possible in the multiplayer deathmatch game now. You can't do it in single player, which I think is fucking stupid. Yeah, you could go try the CD-ROM version and see if you can, see if anything appears different. Also, it is thick as fuck out here, dog. I can't see shit. We're almost done winding this up. I do want to repair that DS58 and get on some better, fucking... That's because you're near me. Dog, what do you mean by that? Like, what does that mean? It's the Freedom Base? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but how does that relate to the fog? Oh, you're talking about the Zaza. You're talking about that loud. You know what? No, I have to do this because I know Cinco's in chat, and it's going to appreciate this. I'm going to have something up for the rest of the stream. Something we need. Hold on a second. Drugs are bad. There's Sasha. Put this. My assets folder. Alright, peep this. There we go. Check me out, I'm too much Zaza. Fear me. Man, this bit is fucked up. What? Don't fucking, what's so goddamn funny? This is who I am, I'm too much Zaza. Oh, fuck. Well, I just offered to get this guy like 7 antidote. I guess I'd rather a fucking, fetch quest than a fucking, kill dutier's mission. That is the greatest thing I ever drew, Cinco. You do draw a lot of really cool stuff. But I do like the too much Zaza picture a lot. Just especially the fact that you did it off the top while on stream with me. Playing fucking Nightmare House. It's off the top, all this off the top for real. Laboratory. Alright. We turned in all the quests. I did it during... Yes, remember, Cinco? I had you on for Nightmare House. Because if I remember correctly, I was just gonna have Noelle on. And when I was hanging with Noelle right before starting stream, she was hanging out with you. And I was like, I have an idea. And I was like, hey, Cinco, do you want to come on with us too? And that was a fucking fantastic idea, because fucking zombies. Hold up. That was a fantastic idea because I had a blast having you on. But in, like, the prologue section, I remember making a joke or something about like, the idea where it's like, oh, dude, I'm gonna fucking, like, completely just, like, quit VTubing if somebody draws a picture of me smoking weed and like, calls it too much Zaza after this stream or whatever. You know? I was like, fuck that. And then you were just like, hey, Sasha, check your DMs. And I'm like, huh? And then I checked and you sent me this. Vladivostok said I had a really bad experience on Zaza. Thought I was gonna die and felt like I needed to call an ambulance. I didn't do it, but I was scared. It was the last time I ever smoked. Huh. Yeah, that does sound like a pretty rough time. Sorry about that, homie. Speedrun killing Sasha's VTuber career any percent. Jesus Christ. Horrendous. Positively devious, diabolical. Okay. I do kind of miss seeing my face. So I think the Zaza is gonna go away for now. Now I know I'm a freedomer, but ironically I do not smoke. Yeah, me either. I'm straight edge. I used to drink. I used to be fucking like slamming back fucking Mike's Hard Lemonades in like 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Also, I agree, Cinco, the Nightmare House stream was fucking amazing. Between the white woman jump scare and the fucking me forgetting that I turned on God mode for like the entire second half of the stream. Because I was in that one segment with the horrible rotating siren light and I got motion sick and just wanted it to be over with. Okay. I remember the helicopter being fucked up. Yeah, because remember, it was like, oh, you can go to the top floor and, like, fucking do whatever because the helicopter crashed into the fucking thing. You could either, like, you know, go deeper into, like, the fucking basement and face off the bad guy. I genuinely think we were basically in, like, the final act of the game. But instead I was like, nah, I know the perfect closer. We're just gonna leave this fucking place. I don't think that... No, the helicopter did kill me, yeah. But then also, we just tried to, like, leave the hospital, and it gave me a bad ending where the white woman killed me. Yeah, this has been hearing Zaza with too much THC is apparently bad for you. I wouldn't know. I know basically nothing about it. Also, saying the phrase, I got a bad end because the white woman killed me is, that's definitely one of those newer sentences that's been said on this channel. You can... Yeah, I remember the white woman killed me, and the last thing the game said was just text that says, you can never escape Nightmare House. Or no, that's not what the game said, but that was what we said after that happened, because it reminded us of the fucking, like, intro segment where it said exactly that. What a goofy fucking video game. Don't fucking tell me that, dog. Too much Sasha, tell him. You saw that stream? I believe that. Barkeep, I promise I'm not trying to kill you, dude. I just want to sell these mags, dude. I remember the Nightmare House line. I believe it. Okay, we got patches, and the good news is I have a patches quest to turn into Sidorovich when I get back to the Cordon anyway. So it'll be good to head to the Cordon. We can end off the stream there. So we got the DSA, the SA-58. I've got all of my magazines are filled. I got medical supplies, food, water, repair items. Let's head on down there and assess the financial situation of repairing a gun and possibly buying new armor all off of Loris. Did I forget? There was something else I wanted to do, though. Before I head to the Cordon. What was it? Bring the gun there and repair it, yeah. What am I forgetting, dog? I hate having ADHD. This sucks. What am I forgetting? Meds. I can buy some off Loris. Fuck it. He's not gonna bring me right to Loris's hideout, but it's better than nothing. Kelly says I got a new emote I think you'll like. Oh yes, you're drinking Stolichnaya. I do very much like that emote, yeah. Anti-radiation medicine. God. Reminds me of that one part in fucking, the one part in the Chernobyl HBO series when they're all hanging out on that one bridge. and they're talking about the Cherenkov radiation being projected right out of the open core. The fucking guy's like, oh, you know, fucking, I know a guy who works there. He says if you, you know, end up getting exposed to this much, it's a fucking shot of vodka every hour for this many hours or whatever the fuck. The fucking girl's like, oh, is he a nuclear physicist? He's like, no. Also, I need to reload my save because I misfired. And then you see everyone standing on the bridge, fucking all of the flakes of the dust and everything. And you're like, this is insidious, dude. The Chernobyl HBO series was genuinely fucking incredible. Like, I was on the edge of my fucking seat that entire goddamn time. The whole goddamn movie. It was wild. Well, not movie, but series. Like, the part where, like, the poor fucking firefighter dude gets buried in a fucking grave where they literally put him in a lead coffin. Like, shiny lead coffins lowered into the ground and buried under concrete. You're like, man... That's like one of the moments where it just hits you where it's like, man, this was fucked up. For everybody. Who's hostile? Oh, is it the military? It's Boers, dude. At least as I hate accidental left clicks so much. Yeah, me too. Alright, I'm swimming in the dough. The gerb is done. Let's head on out to Loris's spot and see about fixing up this SA-58. God willing, I'll have a brand new gun. It won't have a laser, but I don't really care. If I want to run night ops, I can just use an AK with all of the AP ammo that I have. Do I finally have a drug-making kit? Have I given drug-making kits to every goddamn medic in the game? I bet I have. But I'm excited to make use of an SA-58. It looks like a very nice weapon. Cause like, look, all right, I did have like a 7.62 rifle last playthrough, but that was like a sniper rifle. Granted, if you're going to be using a 7.62 NATO rifle in this game, it might as well be a sniper rifle, because at least then it kind of forces you to conserve your ammo and not buy as much of it, because 7.62 NATO is stupid fucking expensive. But I'm hoping that getting a little bit more cozy with freedom can probably abate that to at least some degree. Also, I came out here without scopes for any of my weaponry, so I have an SVD but can't actually, like, use it in a long-range engagement. So that's gonna suck. They're pretty nifty. There's just something about a 7.62 NATO rifle. They always sound like they hit like a fucking truck. To say nothing of my darling, the Scar H. That's the other cool thing, is if I'm getting used to using a 7.62 NATO rifle, maybe I might even switch over to the Scar H instead. She's a beauty of a rifle. Scar H and the Scar L. I don't think the Scar L gets enough representation in video games presently. Holy shit, Kirk!
If you only
Okay,
knew
hold up. This is
what I've just
perfect.
been and what I
No,
saw.
Kirk. My man. My man. You are exactly who I'm trying to get a hold of right now. First off, Kirk, my man, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Congratulations. How is prison treating you? How is prison treating you? Tell me all about it. Welcome on in, everybody. I am Too Much Sasha, the Chernobyl maid VTuber. I play FPS and horror games, and tonight I'm playing some motherfucking Stalker. Got internet, so not so bad. Sounds good. Kirk, I have something to ask of you. So first off, once again, thank you for bringing your community in to me. It means the fucking world. It means the fucking world that you do this all the time. So, I have something to ask of you guys. I don't know if you would consider this band to be nu metal. They tend to get grouped in with the genre of nu metal core, but I've discovered a band from Australia. Thank you for the follow, Rivera. Welcome to the Pripyat City Hate Crew. I've discovered a band from Australia. They're young blood. They've been putting out fucking consistent bangers for a good couple of years now, and they dropped an amazing new fucking EP, and I think they need our support. Me, this community, everybody. They're a band called Dissect. Alright? Hold on a second. I gotta show you guys this real quick. This will only take a moment. This will only take a moment, okay? Let me open up my fucking Firefox. Because I'm like, these boys need to get put on. These boys need to get put on by somebody. I've been telling everybody, I've been consistently telling everybody that I know right now, go listen to Dissect. Go tell your friends to listen to Dissect. Hold up, alright? This will only be a moment. This will only be a moment. Alright, hold up, where's the bar? Here we go. Turn the fucking music down. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but this shit goes hard. That's too loud. Listen to this shit, listen to this shit. Listen to this. This is fucking amazing. They just dropped a whole new fucking EP called Shadows Follow, and it's fucking amazing. Look, we got a fucking drummer with a Jesus Piece shirt, and the fucking guitarist has a No Zodiac shirt. That's how you know these guys have good fucking taste. I've been fucking binging these guys and Alpha Wolf and fucking Pincer and Heaven's Gate. But Dissect is like stupid underrated, and they are so consistent in quality, and their newest EP is amazing. So I just wanted to let you guys know that this is a band that needs people like us to get their name out there and get them even further. They need us. So, that being said. that was my I don't ever get to plug. I don't ever really plug bands that I like that much. I'm just gonna do it just this once. Listen, I spent like the first hour on this stream just talking about Silent Planet's new LP, so I think a change of pace was required. That said, I realized I forgot to give a shout out to Holiday Kirk for the raid. So here you go. Everybody who is already in our stream, please go follow Holiday Kirk, who is literally the fucking, like, guy who's, like, running... I don't want to say running. At the very least, this dude is, like, a fucking kingpin of the nu metal revival movement of our modern era. Like, this dude is... This is the guy. This is the dude. He's fucking awesome. Immaculate music taste, great streams, great Twitter accounts, great everything. Good content. A+. Now, how much would it cost to fix up the 7.62 rifle, my good man? Alright, you don't have an inventory. Yeah, I can do that. Fuck
This is a live one. Bullshit.
Thank you for the follow, Icelandic Puffin. Also, I've fallen behind on the chat reading. Had a very fun low-stress stream. Gained extra years for gameplay in Tetris. That's the good shit. Okay, so we just bought a new rifle, and I wonder if I can use the leftover money to buy better gear. I certainly don't want to buy a Siva suit, but... Hybrid armored suit... Exosuit... none of these really, like, look like something I want to buy. Is there not, like... a proto-exoskeleton... Like, I don't want to go for a full-on fucking exo. I feel like that would be overdoing it, but... Exosuit's only 10,000. Or no, that's how it's 100,000 rubles. I can make that money. I can make that money. And then a regular exoskeleton itself, we're looking at about 15,000 rubles, 150,000. Ah, it's a lot of fucking money. That'll be a later on goal. I wonder, what's my goodwill with the free stalkers, actually? Maximal, so without saving up 1,000,000 rubles, this is probably as good as it's gonna get. Unless I were to do, like, maybe 1 or 2 more quests. I think turning in this one might get me to, like, 2,500. I think that's the best it'll get, but I don't think I'm actually gonna get a better armor selection than this unless Sid offers something, but Sid's prices are kind of fucked. A Siva bodysuit does offer better resistance to, does offer better ballistic resistance than even what I'm currently carrying now. It does have 2 belt slots, so I can still put Kevlar sheets into it. It has its own headgear, so I don't have to worry about managing both at the same time. It's gotta have better durability than this fucking Nomad suit, right? How much it cost? 90,000? We're looking at 3 and 4. It doesn't have as many magazines, though, so I'm gonna have to stack myself up on stendo clips to be able to make up for that. Granted, SA-58s already have pretty low capacity mags even on stendos, so I don't know if that's a good decision, actually. Shit. Man, armor shopping sucks. I wish there was, like, better, like, slightly higher than mid-tier, but below high-tier, like, below endgame. Because, like, I'm not buying a fucking exoskeleton. And an exosuit just feels like a waste of money. Like, yeah, I can get, like, an extra +4 weight, and that's really good ballistic resistance. Its radiation resistance is still better. You know what? I think I'll go for the rad suit. I think I'll go for an exosuit. The exosuit means that I don't have to worry about exoskeletons. I still get the same amount of magazines and everything. My armor, however, I am not going to be selling because I'm going to be giving it to Semyon over here. Wait, Semyon's already got one. You have one? Yes. So who in my crew doesn't... Who in my crew doesn't have one? Well, Kelly, the problem with Freedom or Duty suits is that they're going to have members of the opposing faction shooting me on sight. Is the problem. Alright. There's got to be something I can sell to make a little bit of extra dough right here. I think I can sell that drug-making kit, actually. How much for? 1320? That is literally fucking chump change, actually. And this suit is sitting at... Yeah, no, that's not enough. I'll buy the armor next week. We'll buy armor next week, because presently I don't think I can afford to do this. Ecologist suits? Ecologists fucking price gouge the shit out of me because I don't do any quests for them. Because all of their quests are mutant parts or like not like artifact fetch quests, and I'm not really about that. If I'm gonna get paid to do something, I want it to be for spilling blood. Yeah, alright. Well, we already paid for fixing up this rifle, so let's load up these fucking clips and get out into the field and call it a night here then. Who wants to be the owner of a brand new AK? Semyon, my man. Oh, that's what I forgot to do when I left the bar. I was gonna buy vodka to give to Chef, but I suppose that's not really necessary anymore, considering, you know, I'm going to be using 7.62 NATO now. Either way. Yep, you should probably use this AK so you have a better long-range possibility. At least is when I'm playing a faction friendly to the eggheads, I keep the high-tier mutant parts in that chest next to Sakharov. I do tend to do that as well. 7.62 ammo's gonna fucking bleed me dry. At least like I took up a mutant killing quest while I was here. So once I turn that back in with, what's his name? Forrester? Not Forrester. Wolf or whatever the fuck. Not to mention, maybe Fnatic might offer me something. I'm not entirely certain. But I'm sure by next stream I'll be able to buy that exosuit. And I'm pretty certain, at the very least, like, if I'm going by my current fucking setup, I think an exosuit is probably the most cost-effective thing, short of just buying a full-on exoskeleton. I don't think buying a full-on exoskeleton would be worth my fucking money unless I was playing on, like, Iron Man. Like, I really cannot afford to even take the chance that I could die even once. And I'm not doing that here. And the amount of time I would have to spend to be grinding up to do that would just be, like, alright. Like, I'm already way behind schedule when it comes to my run here, because my first fucking modded anomaly run, I started in, what, like, April? And, no, I started in May, and I got to X19 in September. It is now November, and I started in April. I've spent a lot more time on stream fucking around. Granted, I've also taken a shit ton of breaks, to avoid, you know, fucking, like, dying, so I suppose I could be forgiven for this. Cinco says I'm Eeper, Stalker, and Rezi really beat my ass with the sleepy stick. No, that's a mood. I feel the fuck out of that, dog. No, do not disassemble the brand new gun, please. Thank you. Alright. Now, you were carrying my scopes, weren't you? There we go. Alright. DS, the fucking DS Arms SA-58, chambered in 7.62 NATO, armor piercing, and hollow point. Well, not hollow point, but just like regular FMJ. This is going to be what carries me through X19 this month. This is going to be my companion. It does look nice in the sun. Alright. That's it. We're going to call it a night here. I think I've basically done everything I needed to do. I'm going to bring us on down to the bar, and we are going to raid the fuck out of here. So hold on just a minute. Oh, I forgot to turn the TV off. Shit. The TV that is now hovering in front of me with a duplicate chat and a duplicate me. That is goofy as fuck. Alright, so tonight has been a fantastic fucking night. We got shit tons of stuff done. I got to gush about so much fucking music I love. Please, everybody go check out fucking Dissect. Also, listen to Silent Planet's new album, Super Bloom. I was crying for like 3 hours after listening to it. It's that fucking good. I mean, it's Silent Planet, you know, it's just what to expect. But who are we gonna raid out to? First off, the fucking bar music is, there we go. Who are we gonna raid out to? We got Bonnie, Hikari. Let's raid into Hikari. Homie's playing El Paso Elsewhere. That's interesting. I've actually never heard of this game. Let me pull this homie up on the TV again, actually, real quick. See what bro's doing. Don't freeze? Ah, it froze. Embarrassing. The eponymous Stalker anomaly. Alright, we're gonna raid my homie Hikari. What is our You know what? I know what our raid message is gonna be. It's gonna be completely unrelated to the game, just for goofs. Here we go. Hold up.
More heals, please. Thank you.
Hold up. I'm gonna do a fucking Alpha Wolf reference just because I love Alpha Wolf and I've been fucking obsessed with their music. So here's tonight's raid message. We're gonna hit up oh god, don't do that. Don't do that. That's better. So here's our raid message for the night. We're gonna hit up our good homie Hikari Sentinel. I'm gonna bring us on down to the end screen. We're gonna get the fuck out of here, and I'm gonna get some goddamn sleep because it has been a long day. It has been a very long day. So I will see you all on the end screen. Just a moment. Boom. All right. Let me hit that raid message. First off, once again, thank you so much to Kelly and Kelly and Kirk for the raids tonight. Love you both. Keep killing it out there. You're both wonderful. Thank you to everyone else for stopping by tonight and being a part of a wonderful discussion that I got to have with all of you earlier on this stream. It really, really was, like, just very heartwarming to be able to open up about how I feel about myself and what I do, and to basically just get a lot of really good reassurance that I, for the most part, at the very least, am succeeding at what I'm setting out to do when it comes to, you know, helping people feel like there's hope out there. With that said, if you'd like to see more of what I'm doing, stop by here next Tuesday at earliest to see more Stalker at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I normally do Thursdays and Sundays too, but I'm taking the rest of this week off because I've just kind of got a lot on my plate right now, and I need to kind of step back for a little bit so I don't burn myself the fuck out. We're going to be raiding into Hikari Sentinel, pronouns he, him. Respect his rules, don't be weird, don't be a piece of shit. You fuck up in there, you're not coming back in here, I guarantee you that. That is going to be all. You have your raid message there. It's got follower emotes, so most of you should hopefully be able to use them. If not, feel free to use whatever emotes you want. I hope to see you all around here again sometime soon. That will be all. Pripyat City Hate Crew forever. Free Bailey. See y'all next time.